Hello, dear friends. Welcome to the International Forum, Global Crisis, There is a Way Out. Before we start today's forum, I would like to remind you what the previous one was about. It is very important, and you will see why later.
International Online Forum, Global Crisis, There is a Way Out.
Can't express my feelings to you.
Those balconies are piled up on top of each other in such a terrible way, trapping babies inside.
Much of what we have forecasted is already happening. Since our climate report with a mathematical model was presented at the global crisis, our survival is in unity form. 5 months and 10 days have passed. Unfortunately, the events that have occurred during this time have only confirmed what was said at the previous forum. The climate cerberus will help us recall what we talked about last time. Earthquakes.
The ascent of magma has resulted in unprecedented increase in a number of earthquakes. Seismic activity is increasing both on the ocean floor and on the land. Earthquakes are emerging even in regions where they have never seen before.
But the most absurd thing is that seismic agencies, international seismic databases, are now trying to conceal the fact that the number and magnitude of earthquakes is increasing. In reality, there are much stronger earthquakes taking place now than we're told.
You can clearly see the exponential growth, an uncontrolled exponential increase in the number of earthquakes. The more earthquakes occur, the more their magnitude will increase. As you can see, the rate of increase in seismic activity is shocking. At each successive stage, the number of earthquakes increases 3 times as much.
Since the last forum, over 161 days, 686 powerful earthquakes with a magnitude of 5 or higher have occurred around the world. Moreover, 10 of them were earthquakes of a devastating magnitude 7. Some regions experienced seismic events of such magnitude for the first time. On November 29, 2022, several strong earthquakes occurred in Canada, one of which reached a magnitude of 5.8, which was for the first time in the region's history. Powerful earthquakes in different parts of the planet have led to the loss of life. On November 21st, 2022, a shallow earthquake with a magnitude of 5.6 in Indonesia claimed the lives of 318 people and injured over 7,500. Note that previously, such destruction and human casualties were caused by very powerful earthquakes with a magnitude of at least 6 or even higher. But now, seismic events 1 magnitude lower can already be fatal. The world was shaken by 2 catastrophic earthquakes with magnitudes of 7.8 and 7.5 in Turkey and Syria. Aftershocks continued even a month later, and by early March, there had already been more than 11,000 of them, with 2,500 having a high magnitude. In just a few minutes, earthquakes killed more than 50,000 people, and this is only according to official data. On the eve of this event, on February 5th, a series of deep focus earthquakes occurred in the region of the Fiji Islands and the Mariana Trench at a depth of over 500 kilometers. It was precisely the deep focus earthquake in the Mariana Trench that could have triggered the catastrophe in Turkey. Deep focused earthquakes.
Earthquakes usually occur at the depths of 5 to 80 kilometers, where the crust is more brittle and has crack. But the last decade have seen an increase in the number of earthquakes at the depth where the earthquakes had been previously considered impossible. These are the depths of more than 700 kilometers, where the earthquakes are not supposed to occur because the rocks in the inner mantle are plastic, like a molding clay, and they are enabled to crack. Over recent 7 years, the number of deep focus earthquake has increased by a factor of 10.
As it rises, the pressure in the magma drops, causing it to boil like blood during cavitation. And here is the answer to what deep focus earthquakes in liquid magma are. This is exactly the boiling of magma and cavitation explosions. Think about it. Explosions equivalent to thousands of nuclear bombs in power have started to occur in the interior of our planet.
Remember, we have mentioned the Mariana Trench. There, the oceanic crust is the thinnest, only 5 kilometers, and where the most of deep focus earthquakes take place. In other words, the largest amount of cavitation blasts of magma occurs.
Since the previous forum up to March 31st, 2023, 429 deep focus earthquakes have occurred around the world at depths of 400 kilometers or more with a magnitude of 4 or higher, according to USGS. 5 years ago, during the same period, there were 308 earthquakes. In the current year, 2 earthquakes occurred in the Mariana Trench area. One on January 3rd with a magnitude of 4.3 at a depth of 566 kilometers, and the other on February 5th with a magnitude of 4.3 at a depth of 533 kilometers. According to EMSC, there were 5 deepest earthquakes between 700 and 750 kilometers deep. 4 of them were in the region of Indonesia, and 1 was in the area of Argentina. Last year, during the same period, there were only 2. Unfortunately, our forecast of an increase in depth, magnitude, and number of earthquakes is being confirmed 100%.
Magnetic field anomalies.
After analyzing the geologic data for the past 100,000 years, we have noticed that abrupt magnetic pole shifts occurred with a certain periodicity. According to the geological evidence, during these periods there was also a weakening of the magnetic field by 8-10 times.
What has been happening on the planet since 1995? The magnetic North Pole has started drifting rapidly at a rate 4 times the normal rate. At the same time, the magnetic field has weakened 10 times faster than before.
Recently, an enormous amount of anomalous polar lights have been observed on the planet. Previously, they were only seen by residents of cities located beyond the polar circle. Yet, in the past 6 months, this phenomenon has been seen over Central Europe, the middle belt of Russia, the southern United States, Australia, and New Zealand. Typically, polar lights are dominated by green color, but now the sky is increasingly flashing with shades of red, and this is a troubling signal, as red light indicates the glow of oxygen in the lower atmosphere. Such auroras indicate that the magnetic field continues to weaken, allowing more and more solar and other more dangerous types of radiation to penetrate into Earth from outer space. Now, we are witnessing the appearance and growth of other magnetic anomalies. Magnetic hooks and cracks, coronal glow, and Stevies, light pillars rising from the ground, as well as other phenomena. This is the black mark of the climate Cerberus, and this is frightening because the abnormal growth of these magnetic anomalies also confirms the critical processes increasing in the core, which we mentioned in the report. Volcanic activity.
According to studies of ice cores, every 12,000 years there was an abnormal increase in volcanic activity. We already know that this is caused by the ascent of magma closer to the Earth's crust. Take note of the big red circles. They indicate that every 24,000 years volcanic eruptions are more catastrophic. Such supervolcano eruptions wiped out almost all life on the planet.
In less than 2 months since the forum was held, more than 50 volcanic eruptions have occurred. Moreover, from mid-November, 11 powerful volcanoes started to become active, one after the other. Literally every day. Many of them woke up in pairs. On March 11, 2023, the eruption of Mount Merapi began on the island of Java in Indonesia. Only a few know that humanity was on the brink of extinction at that time. Another sign of the growing activity of the planet's interior is the synchronization of seismic and volcanic activity. On March 18, 2023, a powerful earthquake with a magnitude of 6.8 occurred in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of Ecuador at a depth of 66 kilometers, and 3 nearby stratovolcanoes simultaneously increased their activity. It is also frightening that this interaction manifests itself over long distances. The earthquake in Ecuador also affected Yellowstone. The caldera reacted with earthquakes. Volcanic eruption in the Mariana Trench.
More terrifying than Yellowstone explosion is the focus of magnitude 10 earthquakes near the Mariana Trench. Such a powerful earthquake never happened within the memory of our civilization. This means that magma will easily tear through the 5-kilometer crust.
The area of the Mariana Trench is a subduction zone, meaning the area where the plate is crawling under another plate. But the reason we have depicted the 3D model of the Mariana Trench in this way is because the lower plate is already being dissolved by magma right now. Many plates are now being eroded from the bottom. They're being dissolved by molten magma, which is rising from the core mantle boundary.
Just 2 days after the form, on November 14, 2022, the United States Geological Survey announced that the underwater volcano Ahi, which is part of the volcanic arc in the north of the Mariana Islands, had started erupting in mid-October. Along with this, seismic activity in the Mariana Trench has intensified. Over the period of almost 5 months from the date of the form, 33 earthquakes with a magnitude greater than 5 occurred in the vicinity of the Mariana Trench, while there were only 19 for the same period a year ago. Only a month and a half passed since the form, and on January 16, not far from Japan, along the same tectonic zone with the Mariana Arc, a powerful earthquake with a magnitude of 6.3 occurred, with the hypocenter at a depth of 409 kilometers. And on the same day, the Nishonashima volcano was activated further down the fault. If this earthquake had occurred a little lower in the Mariana Trench itself, we would not have survived to this point. Currently, the increase in seismic and volcanic activity is occurring north of the Mariana Trench, but the activation will shift southward, meaning closer to the Mariana Trench. All of these are very alarming signs, indicating that the processes are developing even faster than we expected. Unfortunately, we talked about in the report at the forum, global crisis, our survival is in unity, is coming true. Here is another forecast we are making based on our mathematical model. Hydraulic impact.
We have calculated different variants of events development and came to the conclusion that in any, even the mildest variant of the current cycle, all humanity will die. And according to our mathematical model, this will happen no later than 2036.
Further development of these events leads to the internal cracking of the Earth's crust. There will be microfractures in the crust in some places, which will increase magmatic activity. And it will keep increasing even more until it provokes a large-scale rupture in the thinnest part of the crust, which is in the ocean. This is inevitable. There is a 99.9% probability that this rupture will occur in the area of the Mariana Trench. A gigantic volume of magma from the magma plume will rip the Mariana Trench in an instant, and billions of cubic meters of water will meet billions of cubic meters of magma. There will be a huge explosion. This explosion will be equivalent to thousands of times of the entire stockpile of nuclear weapons available on Earth. Under extreme pressure, the ocean won't just boil, it will explode. This will raise a huge column of steam mixed with dust. Under tremendous pressure, this gigantic column of steam will rush so high up that it will tear through our atmosphere. The atmosphere will curl up like a blanket and be blown away by the solar wind, meaning our atmosphere will literally be swept away along with the entire water cover. Also, at the same time, this gigantic explosion will cause a powerful hydraulic impact directed inside our planet. There will be a very powerful blast wave directed into the center of the planet, into magma, which will spread tangentially, and this will provoke additional cavitation processes. This will lead to an abrupt expansion of magma in all directions by a factor of 10. That is, there will be 10 times more magma. This will literally tear the planet from the inside. With such an impact, magma will behave like a gaseous substance. All volcanoes, cracks, fractures, all boundaries of lithospheric plates will burst and erupt simultaneously. The Earth will be flooded with lava flows, just as it happened on Mars. Naturally, due to the impact, the inner core will bounce away and the motion of the outer core will stop. Our planet will die. This process will take only a few minutes. Due to the stopping of the core, the electromagnetic field of our planet will disappear and the gravitational field will be almost completely gone. Therefore, all the satellites will fall from the near-Earth orbit, including the Moon. But we, humans, will no longer be threatened by this, because as a consequence of these events, we, as humanity, will already cease to exist completely. Before your eyes, you see a timer that counts down to the time when the planet, as a living planet inhabited by life, will no longer be able to exist. This is the fact that we have been living with for more than 10 years, and as of today, you will also have to live with it.
All the forecasts voiced at our previous forum, Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, are being confirmed, and you have just witnessed it firsthand. Indeed, the climate report presented at the previous forum changes life into the before and after, forcing a complete rethinking of values. And yet, the last report only introduced a part of the massive information that has been the subject of research by the international scientific community of the Creative Society Project for decades. And in today's forum, Global Crisis, there is a way out. You will hear the second part of this climate report from our respected speakers. Believe us, this report is worth being listening to by the whole world. And we are especially pleased to note that this vital information will be heard in 150 languages. Right now, thanks to our volunteers translators located in different parts of the planet, simultaneously translating this forum for their fellow citizens.
Why is today's forum called There Is a Way Out? Because the second part of the forum will examine in detail the main and only way out for humanity from all existing crises. And this way out guarantees us the absence of wars, the elimination of the climate threat, and a safe, high-quality life for everyone. Moreover, it includes the possibility of extending our lifespan beyond the species limit and revealing new perspectives for the development of all humanity. You will learn about all of this today at the Global Crisis, There Is a Way Out forum. To begin with, dear viewers, I want to draw your attention to the fact that all information at the online forum Global Crisis, There Is a Way Out is presented for non-commercial purposes for the benefit of the entire society. Unrestricted use, reproduction, and distribution of this forum by any means, in part or whole, is permitted, provided that the information is not distorted and the forum is cited as the source. We also invite you to watch this broadcast on our new channel on the Rumble platform. You can find a link to this channel and all our other social media accounts in the description below the broadcast. We urge you to actively share this broadcast. Go live on social media right now and invite people to watch it together. Your actions at this moment determine whether there will be a future for our humanity or not.
It is a great honor for us to present to you the second part of the climate report and introduce our esteemed speakers. Елизавета Kromova, a geologist and geophysicist. She received her master's degree in geology at Lomonosov Moscow State University. Елизавета is the head of the Information and Analytical Department of Global Climate Change of the Creative Society. She leads the direction of the global monitoring of natural disaster occurring on our planet, analysis of seismic and volcanic activity, as well as the comprehensive study of changes in the Earth's geodynamics and geophysics. John An, PhD in chemistry engineering with an MBA, is an expert in the development and commercialization of new technologies in the field of energy, chemical processes, and natural sciences. John An received his MBA from the INSEAD Research Institute, his doctorate in chemical engineering from the Technical University of Munich, and his master's degree from the University of California, Berkeley. Anastasia Pashigrieva is a specialist in the development of new technologies and a candidate of chemical sciences. Anastasia collaborates with scientists within the independent international platform Scientific Community of the Creative Society Project. She has conducted dozens of interviews with specialists from various fields. Anastasia coordinates the direction of studying functional and chemical changes in the atmosphere. Anastasia is the part of a team of analysts who collect data and study the increase in seismic activities on the planet.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые участники форума.
Greetings, dear participants and viewers of the forum. On November 12, 2022, we brought to your attention the decades-long research that has been carried out since 1996 by hundreds of scientists and thousands of volunteers of the Creative Society Project. Our report was dedicated to a comprehensive interdisciplinary study of the causes of climate change and the geodynamic disasters occurring on our planet. Today, we will present to you the continuation of that report. We will deepen and reveal new facts about the threat that is now looming over every inhabitant of the planet. And we will also tell you how to counteract it. At the previous forum, Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, we presented a mathematical model based on the comprehensive interdisciplinary study and drew the following key conclusions. Every 12,000 years, a flux of external cosmic impact penetrates the entire solar system and affects the course of all planets, moons, and even the Sun. Naturally, the same impact affects the Earth's core. Every 24,000 years, this flux is stronger, and we're now exactly at this particular point. Because of the cosmic impact on our planet's core, in 1995, a growth of geodynamic changes on the planet began. Seismic and magmatic activity started growing. Pronounced changes in the magnetic field of the planet began. The speed of the planet's rotation sharply increased, and its axis began to shift with acceleration. In 1998, a bounce of the core was recorded. Due to its destabilization and heating, as well as the increase in centrifugal forces as a result of the planet's acceleration, a rise of molten magma began from the boundary between the core and the mantle. The rise of magma triggered the activation of magma chambers under Western Antarctica and Greenland, which caused a growth of melting glaciers in 1995. In the same year, heating of bottom waters of the world ocean began to increase. The number of thermal anomalies on the water surface started to rise, and the humidity of the atmosphere began to grow. The growth of all these geodynamic processes has led to an increase in the number of natural disasters such as fires, floods, abnormal precipitation, storms, hurricanes, droughts, abnormal temperature changes, and many others. The mathematical model has shown that now geodynamic and climatic cataclysms are growing exponentially, which will make life on the planet unbearable already in 6-7 years, and the world economy will not be able to withstand losses from natural disasters. The model has also shown that we are entering the 24,000-year cycle of catastrophes with a weak immunity of the planet. Therefore, catastrophes are already stronger than they were in previous cycles. Thus, already in 2036, a giant magma breakthrough may occur on our planet in the Mariana Trench, which will turn our planet into Mars within a few minutes. But humanity might not live to that point if we continue to live in the consumerist format of society. In today's report, we will explain in detail why humanity might not live until 2036 and what dangers await us in the near future related to destabilization of the planet's core, rise of magma, and the growth of deep focus earthquakes. We will reveal to you why the external impact coming to our planet from outer space once every 12,000 years affects only the core, and what is the peculiarity of the structure of our planet's core. In this report, for the first time, we will voice information about how Mars actually perished and why Earth may have the same fate. Also, we will voice for the first time why we, humans, played the key role in the fact that this cycle of cataclysms may be the last for our Earth. How our activities have disabled the main defense mechanisms of our planet. Later, you will find out what kind of mechanism it is. Why do we believe that everyone must know this information? Because it concerns the life of each and every one of us, yours and ours. Only when we as humanity begin to understand what really happens to our climate on our planet, we will begin to look for a way out in the right direction. A way out of the catastrophe that we're already rapidly approaching, since our mathematical model indicates that taking into account the current dynamics of events, this catastrophe is almost irreversible in the consumerist format of society. We're deeply saddened to state that our mathematical model has been proven accurate. And for many people, an obvious example of this was the disastrous earthquakes in Turkey and Syria on February 6, which caused a terrible global-scale tragedy. A little later, we will discuss why these earthquakes occurred. And now, we offer you to watch a documentary about those events which was prepared by our volunteers, including those who are now in Turkey. Words cannot convey all the horror that took place there. And now you will see everything for yourself.
On the night of February 6th, there was a devastating earthquake of magnitude 7.8 in Turkey and Syria. In the afternoon, there was another one with a magnitude of 7.5. We are in Turkey. We talked to people who survived this tragedy. Everyone was living a normal life, making plans for tomorrow, getting the kids ready for school. None of them expected that, and in 2 minutes, everything was over. Total zero. You have to start your life all over again, and thank God if you're still alive. But for many people, life was over in an instant.
I woke up my family. As we were going down the stairs, the concrete already began to fall.
I opened the window and said, "There is smoke everywhere." I thought we would die. I couldn't see because there was smoke, crack, crack, crack. Windows were bursting.
The houses, they fell right before our eyes. And there was so much dust, as if a bomb exploded somewhere nearby.
Communication with these people made a strong impression, and we must pay tribute to them. It was impossible to listen to it. I mean, it was very hard psychologically to listen to it, yet they survived it.
The buildings collapsed. Everyone outside was in such a hell. People who had left their parents inside and were unable to get their children out during this time were crying for help.
One man who we interviewed lived on the 5th floor. He said the house just collapsed. When the earthquake started, I ran out onto the balcony, and 2 minutes later, I just stepped on the ground.
The apartment building next to me completely flattened to the ground. 7 floors of apartments flattened to the ground. There was a woman and a man. The woman was lying on the ground crying, "Give me my baby back." There was a girl. The girl was on the concrete on top of the ruins. I picked her up, but she was not alive.
I heard people screaming. People kept on screaming under the rubble of the apartment building. Those balconies are piled up on top of each other, intertwined. I mean, they were piled up in such a terrible way, trapping babies inside. They remained in those collapsed houses forever.
Not a single building remained. Hatay was ruined. Hatay was destroyed. We had been searching everywhere for 2 days. There was no residents in any of the buildings.
I've never seen such an earthquake in my life.
I don't think there was a single person we talked to who didn't mention that someone in their family. One guy whom we interviewed said he deleted 200 contacts from his phone book after the earthquake. 200. Officially, they claim that 50,000 people died there. 20,000 buildings fell to the ground, and 180,000 buildings were substantially damaged. Let's take these 20,000 buildings, let's say 5-floor buildings. Every building had 5 floors, right? There were 3 apartments on each floor. In total, there are 375,000 apartments, and people lived in each of them. Moreover, the Turks traditionally live in large families. Also, eyewitnesses told us that in the first days after the earthquake, they could hear a lot of screaming. They could hear a lot of cries of people who were left under the rubble. And with each day, these cries became fewer, and fewer. There was a picture all over the internet. I am sure it was not the only case, where a father was sitting and holding his child's hand. His little daughter, who was under the rubble, he was interviewed later and said, "I could feel her hand getting cold." So he was literally sitting there, holding his daughter's hand and could feel her dying. Imagine this, a mother, a woman who is saving her children, driving down the road, trying to get out while buildings are collapsing around her.
I put the kids in my car, but this time the roads were blocked. Things, stones and rubble were falling from the roofs, but we didn't even pay attention to them. I mean, my only goal was to clear the road as soon as possible and leave with my children.
And there are many stories of such kind, unfortunately, to my great regret.
Look, my 3 children and my wife are lying on this construction site. This is the 3rd day of the earthquake. My children have already died here from the cold. Isn't it a shame that no one hears our voice?
No one will come to help us. We're helpless. The caller says, "All right, we'll send them." They come. They don't do anything. They just take photos and leave.
When the rescuers arrived, what kind of help did they provide?
I didn't see any rescuers. I left from there on, the 5th day. I didn't see any rescuers.
Many people being under the rubble recorded videos, wrote posts, and posted them on social networks to let their family and friends know about what had happened to them, to give information to rescuers about the specific geolocation, the place where they were. But unfortunately, for unknown reasons, these posts were deleted by social networks.
Can't express my feelings to you. I'm under the rubble, as you can see. And maybe 2 or 3 or 4 more families. Do you hear the screams of our neighbors?
In other words, having the opportunity, having the people, using the technical potential of our society and human resource, we could send people and save thousands and tens of thousands of lives if we were focused on this. But no one does that. They do. I don't want in any way to insult those fellows who sacrificed their personal time, flew in, rushed, helped out, and made every effort. But we talked to them as well. They have a lot of questions too. They're using some kind of prehistoric mechanical tools to save people. Meanwhile, we have everything for killing people. We have thermal imaging cameras, we have missiles and tanks, we have cutting-edge technology. We can find a sniper 15 kilometers away with the thermal imaging camera. But we can't find a person lying in front of you because we don't have the equipment to do it. Are we normal people after this?
We worked in the cities of Gaziantep and Erdagi. The whole team started to work at once, looking through all the rooms, all the cracks, all the voids. I crawled inside and heard someone wheezing, and I started searching. I kept crawling. I was crawling towards the sound, and this sound turned out to be right in front of me. I started digging, and eventually I found a person. I dug him out, and I just couldn't bear it. Tears started to flow at once. I don't even know how to put these feelings into words. I started shouting to everybody. I found one. Immediately, everyone rushed there, bringing all kinds of equipment. We had to move him a little bit, but when we were moving him, he was screaming, and my heart was breaking from his moaning. He was crushed. His arm was crushed by a huge slab weighing I don't know how many tons. We finally hollowed out that slab, and one of the guys looked inside, and it turned out he was holding another person's hand. Then we looked further, and there was someone else lying there, but he was already dead. A huge amount of work was done. They brought an acoustic device, such a device that listens to sounds, and before it listens, a man with a loudspeaker would shout in Turkish, "Is anyone alive? If there is, respond, knock, scratch. We are going to listen to you now." At that moment, all the equipment, everything that can make sounds, even people should remain still, not even shuffle their feet on the ground. Everything, literally everything, freezes around, and they start listening. If the rescuers hear something, they start digging somewhere in that direction. And it just turned out that there was a person who was deaf-mute. Can you imagine? He just wouldn't even hear it. And some survivors told me, every time we fell asleep, we thought, that's it, we'll probably never wake up again. Just imagine their situation. And they were there for, I don't know, for many days. They were just freezing to death.
One of the eyewitnesses told us that those who survived envied those who were dead. That's a direct quote. Why? Because those people who died immediately, they died. And according to one Turkish seismologist, Ahmet Erkan, 180,000 people were left under the rubble. 180,000 people who were under piles of concrete, with their limbs crushed and broken, their internal organs torn apart. It's painful to even talk about. But they had not been helped for weeks. In some villages, there was no help at all. 20,000 rescuers were sent from 80 countries. That's one person per house. How can one person have to dismantle an entire house to save those who were under the rubble?
We've just passed near one of the houses. There are 200 people still alive under those two buildings. They have been screaming for several days, but rescuers can't get to these people. There's not enough of them because several cities are in ruins.
It took them 2 weeks to assess the needs. Imagine somebody under the rubble is waiting for NGOs and UN agencies to assess their needs. We know what they need now.
What was happening in the towns struck by the earthquake in the days that followed? Well, imagine this. A completely destroyed town. No infrastructure, no working hospitals or clinics, no police, no law and order. There are looters rampaging everywhere. That also happened, unfortunately. There's no water.
We couldn't find any bread. Bakeries were closed. Everyone was on their own.
There was an elderly couple. We helped them the best we could. I asked them, why are you living in the street? Didn't the state give you a tent? He said, no, my son, all tents have already been handed out. No one around us here has given us anything. We're waiting.
They're looters, there are thieves. A person died in Malatya, they took the ring off his finger. Such things also happen. People are in fear for their lives.
Now I'm saying this, and someone is sitting there watching it on TV. Whether it's on TV, on the phone, or on a laptop, it doesn't matter. And for you, it's just an image. It's a movie, but damn it, these are real people. They are just like you. And if there are loved ones, relatives, friends near you, look to the left, look to the right, look them in the eyes. They are the same kind of people, and as long as you watch and think that this is just a YouTube video, just an image, it doesn't sink in. But when you talk to these people, you realize that every story you see on YouTube is a human life just like yours. That was simply abandoned to the mercy of fate. Abandoned by us. We, the survivors, abandoned them to the mercy of fate. Why? Because we don't build the creative society. Because we support the consumerist format. We don't do a damn thing. We're sitting and thinking that it won't affect us. They also sat and thought the same.
Fires are burning everywhere. People are sitting by the fires. Soldiers are walking around with rifles. They're looters. Houses are destroyed. When the breeze blows, you smell dead bodies, corpses. Someone is having a nervous breakdown. I can't describe to you what's happening here. It's so scary. And Judgment Day will be even scarier.
The situation is complicated, but again, we are to blame for this situation. We are to blame for the consumerist format. We are to blame for the fact that we do not take the necessary, quick, and effective actions to prevent this. And we're throwing people into the clutches of this cerberus, which is just tearing them apart, and people have nowhere to go.
There is no refuge for us, except that we fulfill our basic role as humans.
They pulled out a baby the other day. 128 hours later, they pulled out a baby out from under the rubble. I saw his innocent face, and it touched me so much. So many people are dying. I wish people would realize this at least a little bit. I wish they would wake up a little and see where the world is heading. I wish they would be united, and all this wouldn't be happening. I mean, you know. I'm a bit emotional.
Why are people dying? Why are people dying from climate change? Because we don't know the truth. Because we don't know what affects the climate. And if we don't know what affects it, we don't know how catastrophic it is, and thus we can't oppose it with anything.
Before the quake, I was working with Barry from the Creative Society. And after the quake, the whole scenery reminded me of the videos and all the facts and truths and all the reports that were published by the Creative Society. What we were speaking about, in theory, we lived in practice. And I hope the whole world will not see what we saw that day.
In this earthquake, the Turkish nation lost a great number of people, unfortunately. We are simply obliged to make sure that this does not happen again. And we do have this opportunity. We can save human lives. But this is only possible in the Creative Society. Any person, if they are a human being, if they have at least an ounce of conscience and honor, they are obliged to join the participants of the Creative Society project and do everything in their power, make maximum efforts, maximum use of their capabilities in order to save the lives of those who are still alive and whom the Cerberus has not reached yet. And we must remember that his clutch is threatening each of us right this second. And where it will strike next time, we do not know.
We extend our condolences to all those affected by this terrible tragedy. It breaks our hearts to see what we just witnessed. It's horrifying to realize that many people were left to die under the rubble. Unfortunately, no one will solve this problem in the consumerist format of society. The horror is that earthquakes and disasters like this will only increase with each passing year. This is the reality of our tomorrow. And the goal of today's forum is to prevent this unwanted reality, to prevent such catastrophes as in Turkey and Syria. Our objective is to save human lives. To do this, firstly, we need to change the format of our society from consumerist to creative. And today we will talk about how to do this. Secondly, we need to understand the true causes of climate change, because only then can we know how to prevent them. These are two tasks that today's forum is dedicated to, and I would like to return the floor to our speaker, Елизавета Хромова.
For many years, we've been warning that cataclysms, volcanic and tectonic activity will increase due to the 12,000-year cycle of cataclysms, but the world community still disregards this information. It is really scary to see such disasters as those in Turkey and Syria, and it is even more scary to realize that this is only the beginning. We see how after such tragedies that are making the world's news, the interest to topic of climate is rising, but then unfortunately unfortunately, it subsides again. How many more catastrophes should occur for the issue of the true causes of climate change and the growth of geodynamic activity in the Earth's interior to be the main international agenda? We understand that all of us will die if no one in the world studies the true causes of climate change and looks for ways out. That is why we do it, because someone has to do it. We will do it until the last day. It is our responsibility as people who want to live and study the causes of what is happening in a comprehensive and interdisciplinary manner in order to prevent such tragedies. From our side, we're doing everything we can, but our efforts alone are not enough. For this information to go and reach people, we need all of you. It is important for all people to become familiar with what will be announced today, the true causes of disasters currently occurring on the Earth, and the solution to this problem. People should know this before another terrible tragedy happens, because it will definitely happen if we don't do anything. The mathematical model is being confirmed, and all of us will be responsible for what happens next. Now, let's move on to the question of why the terrible disaster happened in Turkey and Syria. Two powerful earthquakes of magnitude 7.8 and 7.5 on the Anatolian Fault. The cause is the growth of deep focus earthquakes.
Just to remind you, deep focus earthquakes are the earthquakes that occur mantle at a depth of 300 to 700 kilometers. When they were first discovered, researchers were puzzled because the mantle is a ductile medium and there's nothing that could break in it. We discussed in the previous forum, and now we're going to cover this topic in more detail. Why do we study the deep focus earthquakes so thoroughly? Look at the graph increase in the number of deep focus earthquakes. You can see how big the spike in the deep focus earthquake is in the year 1995. This is exactly the year when the sharp drift in the magnetic and geographic poles took place. According to the ISC database, there has been five-fold increase in the number of deep focus earthquakes in the last 28 years, as you can see in the graph. Next graph shows that the number of deep focus earthquakes at a depth greater than 500 kilometers is increasing the most, and they have been increasing since 1995. What is the danger of the exponential growth of deep focus earthquakes? To answer this question, let me draw your attention to the fact that became so extremely shocking to us. Do you know where the majority of all deep focus earthquakes in 2021 occur? Beneath the Middle East, under the territories where Turkey and Syria are located. According to the ISC, there were 190 earthquakes beneath the Middle East in 2021 at a depth of 435 miles, while the rest of the world had only about 70. Moreover, 2021 is a year that drastically stands out due to the increased number of this type of earthquakes in general. Never before have so many simultaneous deep focus earthquakes been recorded. We conclude that the sudden spike in deep focus earthquakes in 2021 was a catalyst for the series of tragic earthquakes that occurred in Turkey and Syria on February 6, 2023. Because the deep focus earthquake caused a plate to start collapsing, which triggered an unprecedented increase in dangerous seismic activities in the Middle East region, which has now subsided to this day. Now, you understand the danger of deep focus earthquakes, but this is only part of the threat.
So what are deep focus earthquakes? What is their mechanism? Deep focus earthquakes are actually explosions in magma at the depths of more than 186 miles. They're equivalent to the explosion of hundreds of thousands of nuclear bombs in the Earth's interior. If such an explosion were to occur at the depths of 10 kilometers or 6 miles, it would be many times greater than the Yellowstone supervolcano. What could cause such explosions? During the 12,000-year cycle, the core of our planet is affected by external impact from outer space, which transmits additional energy to the core. It is important to know that this energy only interacts with the inner core of our planet due to its abnormal density. This energy causes the inner core to heat up more. Due to the abnormal heating of the inner core, the outer liquid core, which consists of molten iron and constantly moves around the inner core, heats up even more and becomes more fluid. Researchers have noticed that since 2000, this molten liquid iron flux in the outer core has accelerated threefold, and as you can see in the diagram, it is now moving beneath the Pacific Ocean from Canada to Siberia. It is the acceleration of this flux of the outer core that causes the Earth's magnetic poles to drift. What does the anomalous heating of the core lead to? You have to understand that the core generates a magnetic field in the same way as a dynamo, and its heating causes the magnetic dynamo to become unbalanced, thereby weakening the Earth's magnetic field. This includes the expansion of the South Atlantic anomaly, a dent in the magnetic field that has doubled in recent decades. What happens to the liquid outer core as it heats up? The molten substance of the liquid outer core begins to seep into the mantle in a large volume, as shown in the diagram. Scientists believe that the molten substance of the outer core can reach not only the mantle but even the Earth's surface, because it was found that the solidified lava of some underwater volcanoes off the coast of Hawaii and the Samoan archipelago contains unusually large amount of heavy iron isotopes that are present only in the inner core. This suggests that there have been periods in the Earth's history when molten substance from the liquid core reached the Earth's surface. How powerful would the internal impulse have to be to push liquid iron from the boundary of the core 1,800 miles upwards? Soon, we're risking to see the same composition of the erupting lava, and you'll find out later why. Just imagine the outer core is leaking into the mantle like a broken egg from its shell, and now it's happening with greater intensity. Hotter, more liquid, and mobile magma flows are forming in the areas of such leakage of the liquid core. At the outer core boundary, there are two main areas where such magma flows are located. If you draw a line, one is under Africa and the other one is under Pacific Ocean. Moreover, each of these two gigantic zones of hot magma flows has the area of size of the continent and is 100 times higher than Mount Everest. As they rise, they branch out like a tree, feeding magma plumes and volcanoes on Earth. In 2020, scientists discovered that the Pacific area of hot magma at the core mantle boundary below Hawaii is even larger than their previous estimates. We can see that these areas of the core are growing. How were these areas discovered? These regions of molten magma have been detected by analyzing thousands of records of seismic waves traveling across the Earth. There are two types of such regions depending on the speed at which the seismic wave travels. These are ultra-low velocity regions of more liquid magma and ultra-low velocity regions of leakage of the liquid core itself. Remember this information, it will be helpful later. Now let's answer the question of what causes explosions in magma, which we register based on deep focus earthquakes. As you may have already understand, there are areas of more liquid and molten magma in our planet's mantle that have begun to grow even more. This is due to the fact that the Earth's core instantly heats up in the part of our planet which is currently receiving external impact from outer space. Because of this, the molten magma becomes more liquid and fluid. In those places of the mantle where such molten magma meets colder, not yet heated magma, there arises polarized whirls and countercurrents, which leads to cavitation explosions. What is a cavitation explosion? It is a very powerful nuclear explosion, a magma blow with the force of millions of nuclear bombs diverging tangentially in the magma in all directions. It can be compared to an electric discharge of the Yudkin effect. The Yudkin effect, or electrohydraulic effect, is a high-voltage electric discharge in the liquid medium. During this process, electrical energy is converted into mechanical energy in a very short period of time, and as a result, ultra-high impulse hydraulic impacts with local pressure of more than 100,000 atmospheres occur. Look at the video. You can see how the electric discharge disperses in different directions. The same thing happens in the interior of our planet during the cavitation process. Where will cavitation explosions occur? They occur at the boundaries of hot and cold magma, where the core has not yet heated the magma. They will also occur in the mantle under the ocean, since the ocean performs the function of cooling the lithosphere, but unfortunately today, it loses this function. The ocean used to draw heat off the interior, so there was less energy in the interior of the planet and fewer cavitation explosions. Magma had time to cool down, but now the mechanism is broken, and in vicious cycle, one thing intensifies the other. The more the ocean heats up, the more internal explosions will occur, and next you will learn why the ocean has stopped cooling the lithosphere properly. The same cavitation explosions also hit the core, disbalancing it even more. However, it is important to understand that we do not record these cavitation explosions as such, but we see only their ricochets from certain zones inside the planet. Those very ricochets are the deep focus earthquakes that seismologists record on the surface. And now imagine the power of the cavitation explosions if deep focus earthquakes of magnitude up to 8 are recorded on the surface. The explosion itself in the magma is many times more powerful. Deep focus earthquakes are now recorded in subduction zones where one plate dips beneath the other, forming a loose region in the mantle due to the gap between the plates. In such zones, there are conditions for the formation of a reflected wave, but let's repeat, it is not the area of cavitation explosion itself, but only its ricochet. The shock wave from an explosion propagates the fastest precisely across the liquid magma. Therefore, we can conclude that in those areas where the record of deep focus earthquakes, magma is liquid and is already approaching the surface. All supervolcanoes are connected precisely by the liquid medium. For example, Ira and Yellowstone are connected by liquid molten magma, through which a wave from a cavitation explosion can propagate. Cavitation explosions are also dangerous because their wave, as it travels through the liquid magma, can cause pressure on the boundaries of lithospheric plates and along faults. And this pressure manifests itself in a series of earthquakes. This is what we observed on February 6, when the cavitation explosion, whose ricochet was recorded at the depths of as a deep focus earthquakes under the Mariana Trench, caused pressure at the intersection of these tectonic plates, the Anatolian, Arabian, and African, resulting in two powerful earthquakes. It is important to note that today we're unable to register all deep focus earthquakes. Sometimes we may not even see the source of the explosion itself, but we can observe its consequences, a series of small earthquakes, the so-called swarms, which occur when a cavitation explosion diverges tangentially in liquid magma. We would also like to announce that the team of the Creative Society scientific community has analyzed and prepared a visualization of deep focus earthquakes data on the Creative Society website. You can now see a link how to find this data on the website under Climate Data Analysis. If you wish, you can download this data and conduct your own analysis. To contact us, send us an email at climate@creativesociety.com as indicated on the screen. The analysis of the correlation of the processes occurring in the mantle with the processes occurring in the atmosphere is especially interesting. Now, let's look again at the graph at an increase of deep focus earthquakes we saw at the beginning. Now, after everything you have heard, you understand why this graph is so alarming and why we pay so much attention to studying exactly this type of earthquakes. After all, an increase in deep focus earthquakes directly indicates an increase in cavitation explosions in the planet's interior, which in turn means that the Earth's core is rapidly destabilizing and heating up. And all of this points to the approach of terrible disasters, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions. Because, as we already mentioned, cavitation explosions work similarly to the Yudkin effect. A huge release of energy stimulates the release of energy even greater amounts, which causes the next discharge. One cavitation explosion causes a whole cascade of other cavitation explosions in the interior of our planet. If the ocean performed its function of drawing off heat from the lithosphere into the atmosphere, this wouldn't be so terrible. But since this system now is disrupted, all this energy accumulates under our feet, leading to an even greater increase in cavitation explosions. And the fact that today we're witnessing an abnormal growth in synchronization of earthquakes and volcanic eruptions on Earth is directly related to the fact that cavitation explosions are becoming more frequent and the shock waves from them spread all over the planet. Today, the number of disasters is growing at a faster rate than before. And the most terrifying part is that due to the increasing number of cavitation explosions, the threat of volcanic eruptions is approaching us faster and faster. Cavitation explosions can be compared to hitting the bottom of the champagne bottle when the cork simply flies out of the bottle. From one of these blasts, the cork eventually will fly out of the supervolcanoes such as Yellowstone, and then we won't need to fear the coming of 2036.
Such cavitation explosions cause magma in the planet's interior to heat up, expand in the volume, and get closer to the crust and press on it. This leads to the increase in seismic and volcanic activity. The rise of magma is often accompanied by swarms of earthquakes, which have become very frequent recently. Some people believe that these earthquakes are caused by magma rising and break through the crust, but that's not really the case. Magma melts and burns its way through, forming new cavities in the crust. Magma moves not constantly, but in pulses. It circulates, now it rises, and then it descends. And then magma descends, the pressure in the cavity drops. Furthermore, the overlying rocks have enormous pressure, causing them to close over cavity, thereby preventing magma by bursting through the surface. This is what we observe as earthquake swarms. Essentially, this is a compensatory mechanism that prevents magma from erupting completely. If not for this compensatory function of the crust, no eruption would stop and it would continue to erupt until magma chamber is completely empty. Then swarms of the earthquakes are registered closer to the surface. It means that the magma is already approaching this area. Therefore, the volcano is already preparing for eruption. And unfortunately, recently we have observed a huge number of such earthquake swarms in various parts of the world. For example, in Japan, on Mount Bandai on December 2022, a record earthquake swarm was registered, was a 786 tremor in just one day. This indicates that an eruption of this volcano is approaching as magma is already burning its way through. It's noteworthy that the last time this powerful volcano erupted about 2 12,000-year cycles ago. It's been 28 years since 1995, when the drastic changes in the planet's core began, pushing molten magma to the surface. How many years do you think it takes for magma to rise to the surface and for catastrophic eruption to begin? In scientific papers, you can read that the rise of magma plumes usually occurs at the rate of about 1 inch per year. However, in fact, during the cycle of cataclysms, magma can rise in a few days. Let's consider a few examples of that. For example, in 2014,
volcano Bargachraum erupted, and it took only 10 days for magma to rise from a depth of 24 kilometers to the surface. But that is an example where the magma channel has already been worked out, and now, 8 years later, we see examples where magma does not even need the old channel. It directly bursts through the Earth crust in different locations of the planet. In May 2019, the birth of the new volcano was recorded on the coast of Mayotte near the island Reunion in the Madagascar region. A year before this, anomalous seismic activity was detected in the base of the lithosphere at a depth of 50 miles or 80 kilometers in this area, and in just 1 year, magma traveled this distance of 80 kilometers or 50 miles, and in May 2019, a volcano appeared on the surface. It's important to note that this happened just above the zone of African anomaly, there the hot, liquid magma at the core mantle boundary. To say that this is abnormally rapid rise of magma is to say nothing. Previously, such processes took millions of years, but now this happened in a matter of few months. Such a velocity of magma ascent shocks volcanologists because they are used to observing volcanic eruptions not during the 12,000-year cycle.
Now, everything has changed. Such rapid magma ascent is due to the abnormal heating coming from the planet's core, which is affected by the external cosmic impact. Magma that rises from the depth is much hotter and has different chemical composition. Such examples have been found at the Fagradalsfjall volcano in Iceland and at Coimbra Vieja volcano on the island of La Palma in Spain in 2021, among many others. And most importantly, lava Coimbra Vieja was superfluid of the lowest viscosity among historical basaltic eruptions. If we compare all cases of abnormally rapid magma ascent and the emergence of lavas of different composition, we find that many of the volcanic anomalies recorded recently occur over zones of magma flows at the boundary between the core and the mantle. As you remember, we discussed that there are two types of areas of hot liquid magma in the Earth's bowels. Here, we mean the areas that have the properties of ultra-low velocity of acoustic waves. These are areas where liquid core leaks into magma. Many of these areas feed magmatic chambers under hotspots, stationary and magmatic plumes. In other words, right now, the first area which reacted to magma ascent was a hotspot because they directly received a magnetic impulse from the Earth's core. By the way, the Yellowstone supervolcano is one of such hotspots. In the near future, volcanic activity will increase in other places too, not only in the areas of hotspots. All the examples you have heard today once again confirms our mathematical model we presented at the forum, Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, on November 12, 2022. Now we see that it is not just individual volcanoes or even pairs that are activated, but the entire volcanic provinces. And to our great regret, we will observe only ever stronger volcanic activity from now on, including supervolcanoes, one of which has been preparing to erupt for many years. This is a Yellowstone supervolcano.
Can you imagine what will happen if the Yellowstone supervolcano explodes? Avalanches of red-hot ash would sweep in all directions from the volcano, destroying everything in their path. The ash clouds will reach speeds of up to 200 miles per hour. The ash will be very hot, up to 1500 degrees Fahrenheit, which is twice as hot as a pizza oven. I would not want to be near the volcano at the time of its eruption. All life would be destroyed within a radius of 750 miles. America would turn into Pompeii. It will be a disaster for the entire planet. The ash is very sharp and toxic. It will remain suspended in the air for years, and it will be very dangerous to inhale it. The resulting acid rains will start to fall. But worst of all, the volcano's ash emissions will block the sun's rays from warming the Earth's surface and will plunge the entire planet into a volcanic winter and night. The average atmospheric temperatures will drop by 27 degrees Fahrenheit. Within a matter of months, an ice age will literally be upon us. The explosion of Yellowstone will also cause the detonation of other supervolcanoes. A series of magnitude 10 earthquakes will sweep across the planet. It will be an instant death for billions of people and the end of our technogenic civilization. It is believed that the frequency of Yellowstone eruptions is about once every 500 to 800,000 years. The last eruption of this magnitude happened more than 630,000 years ago. Could it be that there are still tens of thousands of years to go before the eruption? We have begun to look into this issue, given that it's not only a national but a supranational threat to all of humanity. In December of 2022, Olga Schmidt, president of the Creative Society USA nonprofit corporation, published a post on her Twitter page that the Yellowstone caldera would keep the whole world in fear in the near future. To which the USGS, that is the U.S. Geological Survey, published an official response that Yellowstone is not showing any signs of unrest and is at normal levels of activity. Now, we're going to tell you about the results of our independent investigation, which served as a basis for the Twitter post. Is Yellowstone as good as the USGS assures us it is? Let's start with the official statements from the USGS article, How Can We Tell When a Volcano Will Erupt?, which lists notable precursors to an eruption. Let's go through each point regarding the Yellowstone caldera over the last decades. Point 1. An increase in the frequency and intensity of felt earthquakes. We built a graph of earthquakes in the Yellowstone caldera area, according to the USGS data, and we're shocked by the severity of the situation. The graph showing the number of earthquakes has an increasing trend. A reasonable question arises. Maybe the number of sensors is increasing. The answer is no. We found out that for many years, the location of seismic sensors in the Yellowstone caldera allows us to record all earthquakes with very small magnitudes, even just above zero. It turns out that the very first point of the USGS article on the precursors to an eruption, namely an increase in the frequency of earthquakes, is already happening. We have also noticed that in recent years, the number of earthquakes of magnitudes 4 and below has been increasing in leaps. This is exactly an increase in the intensity of earthquakes. The leaps occur because magma enters the chamber in pulses, in portions under pressure from deep within the mantle. Then, we decided to see if there is a behavioral dynamics by depth of earthquakes and found that in 2010, the greatest number of earthquakes was registered at a depth of 11 kilometers, while in 2022, it was already at a depth of 5 kilometers. In other words, the change in earthquake depths tells us that Yellowstone's underground activity is approaching the surface. As magma ascends, protective mechanisms are being formed. Rocks collapse above the zones of magma intrusion and earthquakes occur. The fact that earthquakes now occur at a depth of 5 kilometers means that magma at this depth has already eaten away the Earth's crust. Pure mathematics. Over 12 years, magma has passed 6 kilometers, which is more than half of the way. And how long will it take for magma to travel the rest of the path? Many times faster, because the events develop exponentially. So right now, we are observing an increase in the number and intensity of earthquakes in correspondence with the first point. Isn't it interesting that the USGS doesn't see any threat on the basis of its own data? Point 2. Noticeable steaming or fumarolic activity. Geysers act as a cooling mechanism for volcanoes. They function through the release of superheated water vapor. There are more than 10,000 active thermal features across the territory of the Yellowstone volcano. Geysers are common for this area, but Yellowstone has seen anomalies in recent years. The Steamboat Geyser in the Norris Valley, which is the tallest and the most powerful geyser in the world, used to erupt but once a year. But between 2018 and 2020, it erupted 48 times a year. This indicates an increase in subsurface heating precisely in that area, which in turn raises the risk of a Yellowstone eruption by 50 times within such a short time frame. This is a catastrophic situation. Geyser activity is controlled by the rise of magma. It can be tracked by earthquakes. We've collated the data and saw that most geysers in the Norris Valley become active after strong quake swarms. This suggests that new surges of magma cause earthquakes, which in turn cause the activation of geysers, including the steamboat. Right now, the most active area for earthquakes and geysers in all of Yellowstone is the Norris Valley. It is known that the last super eruption of Yellowstone 640,000 years ago began in the Norris Valley. And this is precisely where the number of earthquakes and geyser activity are increasing. And this is alarming. What about geyser activity in other parts of the park, you may ask? We found that in 2018, there was a synchronization of geyser activity, when most of the geysers of the entire caldera simultaneously began to erupt many times more often. This means the geysers began to release more heat. Geyser activity still remains high. The sudden change in geyser activity in recent years is an alarming signal. Geysers are already synchronizing across and around the caldera. The second point is confirmed. Point 3. Subtle swelling of the ground surface. Under normal circumstances, the rate of surface uplift or lowering at the Yellowstone is between 2 to 4 centimeters per year. However, in 2013-2014, there was a sudden 5-fold increase in the uplift rate, reaching up to 15 centimeters per year in the Norris Valley area. During the same period, there were occurrences of earthquake swarms, anomalous behavior among bison, and instances of melting asphalt. It was around this time that the Yellowstone volcano was very close to eruption. This caused great concern in the society. It was after this that most of the monitoring data on Yellowstone began to be withheld from the public. We became interested in the issue of surface uplift and learned that the catastrophic eruption of Mount St. Helens in 1980 began just 1 month after the uplift. As early as in 2013, there occurred a sharp uplift in Yellowstone. And this can happen again at any moment, and no one knows how it will end. The third point remains a matter of debate. Point 4. Small changes in heat flow. It turns out that Yellowstone radiates 30% more heat than the rest of the continent. It's like a blast furnace of North America, and coal is constantly being thrown into its combustor. Since the 2000s, the emergence of new thermal areas has been observed. Here are some examples of anomalous overheating of the Earth's surface. 2003, new region in the Norris area. Ground temperature increased to 94 degrees Celsius, 200 degrees Fahrenheit. The vegetation immediately died. Some geysers boiled away and dried up. 2018, in the area of Lake Tern, over 3 hectares of forest died. Trees were charred. The surface temperature was 60 to 80 degrees Celsius or 140 to 176 degrees Fahrenheit. In 2014, there was a peak in the melting of asphalt roads. In recent years, eyewitnesses note that in winter, the snow melted in some areas due to overheating of the soil. Instead of a small change in heat flow, we observe extreme heating of the soil. Point 4 confirmed. Point 5. Changes in the composition or relative abundances of fumarolic gases. There has been a lot of media hype around helium-4, that there is a lot of it in the Yellowstone area. However, it turned out that another indicator is important for the prediction of the eruption: the isotopic ratio of helium-3 to helium-4. It is strange that little attention is carelessly paid to it, although this particular indicator rises sharply before an eruption. Based on scientific works published in various years, we have built a graph displaying the ratio of helium-3 to helium-4. It grew from 15.8 in 1985 to 17 in 2003, with areas of abnormally high values located in the Norris Valley and in the active part of the caldera. Apparently, the same value of 17 was found in mineral inclusions from the past Yellowstone super eruption. It turns out that the current ratio of helium-3 to helium-4 has reached a critical level that could trigger an eruption. Why is the USGS silent about this? We have found this information in scientific articles. Don't they know that? Just before the eruption, there is a sharp release of volcanic gases, a few weeks, days, or hours before the event. This is an accurate, short-term indication of the beginning of an eruption. Therefore, now it is necessary to carefully monitor the emissions of all other gases besides helium. We know for sure that there are sensors in the Yellowstone area that measure gas emissions. However, Now, their readings are not available to all people. Why has the USGS shut down online gas monitoring, and it is not available to everyone now? However, even according to the data we have found, indeed, there has been a change in the composition of gases. The 0.5 is confirmed. Interim conclusion. We went through the entire list of precursors to an eruption outlined in the USGS article, and were shocked at the results. All of these signs are being observed in Yellowstone. However, the article has a postscript. Precursors can continue for weeks, months, or even years before eruptive activity begins, or they can subside at any time and not be followed by an eruption. All these signs are consequences of the activation of the volcano. So there is such a postscript. Yes, the volcano has been dormant for thousands of years, but now it is preparing to erupt. And for the last 20 years, it has been happening with alarming intensity. Then what is the trigger for the eruption of the Yellowstone volcano, you may ask? Experts agree that the amount of melt fraction in a chamber is a critical parameter. Scientific models suggest that the critical melt fraction at which the volcano is likely to erupt is between 35 and 50%. How much critical melt fraction is there now? According to some 2022 estimates, it's about 20%. However, according to estimates from 2010, it's 32% melt. The numbers differ quite significantly. The estimation of the amount of melt is provided indirectly and depends on the method of calculation, since it cannot be measured directly. Assuming the 2010 estimates are accurate, then the current melt fraction in the chamber must be already enough for an eruption. How can we know that the volcano is already preparing for an eruption? Maybe there are some other signs of activation. 0.6, which is not in the USGS list. After analyzing data from recent volcanic activity at the Yellowstone caldera, we've found another important sign of an impending eruption. Recently, there has been a reaction to deep focus earthquakes in remote regions. This is what independent Yellowstone researcher Mary Greeley brings to our attention. In January 2023, Yellowstone experienced tremors as a result of earthquakes at a depth of over 600 kilometers in Argentina. Then, in February 2023, a series of devastating earthquakes in Turkey triggered a chain reaction in Yellowstone. Now, the impact is no longer being transmitted through the Earth's crust. Instead, it is transmitted directly through the magma, and that affects Yellowstone. If now there is a direct impact of distant events through the magma, consequently, the magma pressure in the volcano is high enough to react, which means it is ready to erupt. 12,000-year cycle of cataclysms and its impact on the volcano. There has never been such a reaction to distant events before. So why did it appear? Supervolcanoes erupt every 12,000 years during the cycle of cataclysms. 12,000 years ago, Campi Flagre. 24,000 years ago, Topo. Each time, these are catastrophic events for the inhabitants of the Earth. And recently, we have entered a cycle of such devastating cataclysms. The cycle occurs because of changes in the planet's core, and as a consequence, because of the rise of magma. In 95 and 2014, there were peaks of seismic activity for those areas that are directly related to deep magma sources. These are regions of the mid-ocean ridges, areas near the Antarctic plate boundaries, and hotspots. In these areas, deep magma acts as a link between the core and the Earth's crust. When magma ascends from the core, these very regions will be the first to react. This is exactly what we observed with the upsurge in seismic activity in 95 and 2014. Yellowstone is also connected with a hotspot, a deep magma chamber. As a result, we see a similar reaction in an increase of seismic activity during the same period. So we can already see that along with the main signs of volcano activation mentioned earlier, Yellowstone is also reacting to the current 12,000-year cycle. Let's go back to the beginning, when we also said that it has a period between super eruptions. This is the period of preparation of the magma chamber. Now, the current cycle of cataclysms aligns with the time when the magma chamber of Yellowstone is already ready to erupt. If the process is not stopped, Yellowstone is sure to explode in this cycle. And the USGS knows this, but they keep silent and hide the data. So all signs point to the fact that the supervolcano is preparing to erupt. According to geological data, the volcano has been preparing for hundreds of thousands of years, while the activation and transition to eruption happens very quickly. The magma chamber had been in a state of preparation for 640,000 years. Within the last 20 years, we have been observing signs of activation, and there are very few years left before disastrous cataclysms of the 12,000-year cycle begin. You may ask, what can trigger an eruption ahead of time? A strong earthquake, including a deep focus earthquake, can be a trigger to an eruption. We know that the number of earthquakes is currently increasing. Consequently, the risk of eruption is increasing as well. As of today, the threat of nuclear weapons use is high. It is well known that a nuclear explosion is equivalent to an earthquake of magnitude ranging from 5 to 8.5. This will serve as the same trigger for the Yellowstone to erupt. Yellowstone has a connection with China and Italy. According to mathematical calculations, if a magnitude of 7 earthquake or a nuclear explosion of comparable magnitude occurs in a particular province of China or Italy, then, depending on when and where exactly it occurs, it can cause Yellowstone to explode. Point 7, the indicator of 100% probability eruption. Another critical factor that is highly likely to trigger an eruption is the slowing down of the planet's rotation. Currently, the rotation of the planet is accelerating. This happens due to cosmic influences on the planet's core that occur every 12,000 years. The acceleration of the planet's rotation is only the first stage. Then the second stage will follow, a subsequent slowing down of the planet's rotation. During this stage, enormous excess energy will accumulate inside the planet, leading to uncontrolled heating of magma and, as a consequence, a sharp increase in pressure. And this will inevitably cause the supervolcano explosion at a critical moment. If Yellow Creative Society platform, which was discussed by Olga Schmidt in her post on Twitter. Let's go back to the USGS response. They write the following: Yellowstone is not showing any signs of unrest and is at normal levels of activity. There is no indication of any trend towards any sort of eruption. This conclusion is shared by volcanologists worldwide who study Yellowstone and other caldera systems around the globe. After analyzing the data, we realized the gravity of the situation. But why does the USGS insist that everything is all right with the volcano? Do we have a reason to trust the scientists who reassure us? After all, the issue is extremely serious and our lives depend on it. Every month, they publish reports on Yellowstone activity. We've noticed that data on gases is not publicly available. If you go to the website with the temperature sensors, it turns out that most of the sensors don't work and don't display the temperature. According to an independent researcher, Mary Greeley, there are many more earthquakes registered on the seismograms than what is shown on the USGS website. Moreover, at the forum Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, a group of analysts of the Creative Society Project presented evidence that the main seismic services, including the USGS, manipulate data. Can we trust the USGS in the matter of the catastrophic eruption of Yellowstone? Right now, the volcano is not erupting yet, as is stated by USGS, but we can see that it has been preparing for an eruption for the past 20 years. We understand that the data we have analyzed is incomplete, but even based on them, we can clearly see that the volcano will inevitably erupt, since Yellowstone is about ready for a super eruption, for which it has been preparing for 640,000 years. And this moment coincides with the 12,000-year cycle of cataclysms that we have entered. In the coming years, the Yellowstone supervolcano will cause much fear to people on Earth with its activity. So why are the world's reputable volcanologists, in accordance with the USGS's Twitter response, jeopardizing their reputation by hiding the truth? Everything is very simple. An eruption of such a scale would result in the death of billions of people worldwide. It is already high time to raise the alarm. But who will take the responsibility to do this? Why are scientists silent? The answer is simple. If a volcano does erupt, everyone will die. And then scientists will not have to be accountable. And if the eruption doesn't occur, it means they were right all along. In the consumerist format, there is no way out of this situation. We won't be able to do anything about the Yellowstone eruption and save humanity. Only in the creative format of society will we be able to do everything to know about the eruption of any volcano in advance, and even be able to reliably use caldera depressurization technologies to prevent an eruption, instead of activating the volcano. But the most important thing is that we'll be able to save the lives of billions of people. We are telling the truth about the high probability of Yellowstone's eruption in the next few years, because we are not financially interested and do not risk losing our careers. We speak out because we want to live, and we offer a way out. The only viable measures at this point that each person can take is to learn more about the Creative Society Project and support it by actively spreading information about it. Only in this way can we prevent catastrophic eruptions of supervolcanoes on the planet. Join us, and you will be sure for your future and the future of your loved ones.
The risk of explosion of the Yellowstone supervolcano is enormous. In fact, we're sitting on a powder keg. Such an explosion would mean the death of all humankind. How many of us really know that? Now, you know that vital information is being hidden from you. And not only hidden, but all leaks of this data and all information about it is being blocked. Why do you think politicians do this? It's very simple, because they don't see a solution. I would like to draw your attention to the following fact. We do not blame politicians. We can understand them. They keep quiet so as not to cause panic because they do not see a way out. Believe me, we would be silent too if we didn't know that there is a real way out. But we, the participants of the Creative Society Project, tell the truth openly because we know the solution. It really exists. There is a way out. It is a creative society. And later at today's forum, you will learn in detail what the format of the creative society is and how we, all humanity, can build it together.
One might think that these disasters happening today are not really a cycle, but just random events. Unfortunately, no. As all changes on our planet are currently taking place according to a strict pattern, exactly as they occurred in the past cycles of disasters each 12,000 years. Let's recall based on what it was concluded that disasters of planetary scale occur every 12,000 years, while every 24,000 years they're even stronger.
Floods and other natural disasters, along with an intense sea level rise. The Gulf Stream stopped at that time, just as it is happening nowadays. Scientists from the University of Kansas have proven that about 12,800 years ago, there was a giant fire on Earth that covered a tenth of the entire planet's surface. Other researchers have also found that large fires raged in Siberia 12,000 years ago. Similarly, nowadays, there are more and more large-scale fires that cannot be extinguished. Based on an analysis of satellite images, scientists have discovered that 10 to 13,000 years ago, the largest known dunes formed in the Sahara Desert and other regions, indicating the enormous strength of winds during the Younger Dryas. A short-term intensification of winds during that period has also been documented from Greenland ice cores data and research in Alaska. Nowadays, the same phenomena are happening on Earth as during the Younger Dryas. We see winds, hurricanes, typhoons, and tornadoes intensifying and destroying entire cities, razing them to the ground. Right at the cycle change 12,000 years ago, there was a very intensive seismic activity. This is indicated by radiocarbon data, as well as paleographic reconstructions of the Younger Dryas. During the same time period, more than 12,000 years ago, as well as now, there was a drastic weakening of the magnetic field and a pole shift, which was called the Gothenburg excursion. The reason for all these abrupt changes was an abnormal magmatic activity caused by changes in the core. This was expressed in large-scale volcanic eruptions that scientists recorded in the Younger Dryas by dust and traces of acid rains in glacial cores. Analysis of sediments found in Hall's Cave points to volcanic eruptions that caused a volcanic winter about 13,000 years ago and glaciation across the globe. After the sudden warming in the Younger Dryas, an equally abrupt cooling occurred. This event caused a mass extinction of megafauna. Thousands of frozen mammoths and other mammals were found in the ice on the northern slopes of Siberia. There happened a drastic decline in the human population, including extinction of the Cro-Magnon. All of those catastrophic events occurred within just a few decades. The same catastrophic events occurred on the planet not only 12,000 years ago, but also earlier. Taking into account errors in dating, this cycle is very well traced in the geological data. Catastrophists among scientists wrote about it independently of each other in their books and works. Vladimir Bubnenkov, Vitaly Bushyev, Alexander Baturin, Igor Kopolov, Nikolai Petrov, Maynard White, Douglas Vogt, and many other scientists have come to understand the cyclicity of global cataclysms on Earth with a period of approximately 12,000 years. In geology, paleontology, and archaeology, there is numerous evidence of past disasters of this cycle. Each of these catastrophic events was characterized not only by abrupt changes in the climate situation, but also by complete geodynamic restructuring, weakening and excursion of the magnetic field, widespread disastrous volcanic eruptions, tectonic restructuring, atmospheric temperature variations by 10 to 15 degrees, and changes in the world's ocean levels by 20 to 50 meters, followed by large-scale glaciations. Since every cycle is accompanied by a change in the magnetic field and powerful volcanic eruptions, it clearly indicates that the cycle is associated with changes in the planet's core, just as it is happening now. We are entering the active phase of the cataclysmic cycle.
So, the conclusion that there is a cycle of 12,000 years was based on an extensive interdisciplinary research of traces of disasters from ice cores, riverbed sediments, flood traces, ash layers from eruptions and megafires, paleomagnetic events, tectonic restructuring, archaeological data, and many other facts. What is important to understand is that these cyclical disasters occur almost instantaneously on a geological timescale. In the previous disaster cycle, only a few decades passed between the abrupt warming and subsequent cooling of the Younger Dryas. Because of the abruptness of these changes, non-specialists and journalists interpreted them as a result of meteorite crash. So abruptly and unexpectedly they happened. However, those who have studied the Younger Dryas event comprehensively are convinced that it was volcanic eruptions that caused the abrupt warming and subsequent cooling. Moreover, at the same time, there was drifting of the poles on the planet, which can in no way be connected with the falling of meteorites. Those who watched the previous forum already know what catastrophic volcanic eruptions and abrupt changes in the magnetic field have in common. What they have in common is the cause, the destabilization of the core of our planet due to external impact from outer space, which affects the planets of the solar system every 12,000 years.
During each 12,000-year cycle of catastrophe, there is a drift of a magnetic poles, which we are observing now. The pole shift from 12,000 years ago is called Gothenburg excursion, 24, Lake Mungo, 36, Mono Lake, 48, La Chambre, and so on.
In past cycles, the magnetic field also weakened. For example, according to the paleomagnetic research and dendrochronology, during the Lachamp event, the planet's magnetosphere shrank to about 3.8 times the Earth's radius. One hypothesis claims that the extinction of Neanderthals occurred due to the increased ultraviolet radiations, since the weakened magnetic field allowed greater flow of radiation to the Earth's surface. According to scientists' model, at that time, auroras were observed even near the equator. These changes of the magnetic field are already gaining momentum now. You may think that this is not a very important parameter since you cannot feel it by yourself. But in fact, this is a catastrophic phenomenon threatening all life on the planet, and soon you will see this for yourself. Let's look at the changes of the magnetic field in the current 12,000-year cycle, what anomalies on the planet they cause, and what threats these possess to us. Again, that in 1995, as a result of the changes in the Earth magnetic field and in the Earth core, the North Magnetic Pole, previously moving at a speed of about 10 miles a year, drastically accelerated by 3.5 times. This is the result of heating of the outer core and acceleration of the flow of molten iron inside of it. Today, South Atlantic magnetic anomaly is growing due to the magnetic field weakening. Over last century, the intensity of the Earth's magnetic field has dropped by more than 10%. This means that a more powerful flow of cosmic radiation, such as ultraviolet, X-ray, gamma, and their derivative, is threatening us. This also means that an even greater flux of the external cosmic impact is penetrating towards the core. There is another sign of the changes in the Earth magnetic field, which indicates the stabilization of the core and is probably unexpected for you. These are atypical auroras. You probably noticed that this year there are particularly many abnormally bright and frequent auroras in various non-typical places of the planet. People have posted numerous photos and videos on social networks admiring this phenomena. However, unfortunately, there isn't anything to admire, and now we will explain why. What is an aurora? This is the interaction of the solar wind with the Earth magnetic field and the atmosphere. In simple terms, the solar wind particles interact with oxygen and nitrogen, causing them to emit light, which we observe as an aurora. Depending on how deeply charged particle can penetrate the atmosphere, what energy they have, the auroras with different colors we will observe. Each altitude has its own color, which is determined by the composition and density of the atmosphere. On Earth, we used to see green auroras, mainly on the poles. Green auroras occurs at the height of 60 to 130 kilometers above the Earth. Then solar wind particles with a medium energy interact with atomic oxygen. However, the auroras also can be red. It occurs due to the interaction of high-energy solar wind particles with atomic oxygen. Usually, it appears at the heights above 130 miles because such high-energy particles were prevented by the magnetic field from penetrating below this altitude. Red auroras were rare. They occurred only during the intense magnetic storms. Now, we observe an extremely alarming anomaly. Not only red auroras become more frequent, they already been observed at the altitude lower than 55 miles. What does it mean? First of all, this means that the magnetic field is weakening, and those active high-energy particles of solar wind, which were supposed to be reflected by the magnetic field, and they are freely penetrating deeper into the atmosphere and beginning to interact with atomic oxygen closer to the Earth. This is important to note that there is a penetration of larger, more highly charged particles that act more destructively. The fact that the red auroras occur in the lower layers of the atmosphere means that there are no longer protection above. The second reason why the auroras are behaving abnormally is the descent of the upper layer and middle layers of the atmosphere. The atmosphere is contracting, it is sinking, and the density of its upper and middle layers is decreasing. Moreover, its chemical composition is changing. Satellite data has revealed a decrease in the concentration of oxygen by 2 to 4 times at the altitudes of 80 miles. And the rate of the oxygen loss is significantly exceed all predictive model, indicating some pathological process leading to a decrease in oxygen in the atmosphere. Scientists also record the destruction of ozone by solar wind at the altitudes of 50 miles, and soon we will see the ozone layer being destroyed in the stratosphere at the altitudes of 30 miles. This means that we will lose our protection from UV radiation. Red auroras are already appearing in mid-latitude. Many of these were observed in February and March 2023. On January 5th, 2023, the sky over Germany was colored red. This was example of anomalous static red aurora. In addition to anomalous red aurora, blue, teal, white, and even pink auroras have also been observed, which also indicate the penetration of solar wind closer to the surface of Earth and cracks in the magnetic field. During the solar flares, auroras are increasingly moving towards the equator. For example, during the strong magnetic storm on March 24, 2023, which scientists could not predict in advance and did not expect its arrival, the auroras was observed in the United States, even in southern regions, such as Virginia, North Carolina, Oklahoma, and in Arizona. Polar auroras started reaching southern latitudes in Europe, such as Czech Republic, Ukraine, and southern Russia. Unusual bright and frequent auroras, which now occur far from the polar region, cannot be explained by activity of the sun, as the sun is currently in a prolonged minimum of its activity, meaning that the fewer particles from solar wind will reach the Earth. The only explanation for the aurora's anomalies is that the magnetic field is critically weakening, the atmosphere is contracting, and the solar wind is descending closer and closer to the surface. This is scary because it shows a large disturbance in the magnetic field, and it is a sign that the Earth's core is no longer working properly. We are horrified by the fact that people are now just admiring this phenomenon without realizing that this is the black mark of Cerberus. Admiring the northern lights with their rare colors is like admiring the cleanliness and sharpness of a blade when you are lying on a guillotine. Unfortunately, the scientific community does not consider the problem comprehensively as they should. These processes will only intensify further, and there will be more and more harsh radiation coming from space.
Few people know that there is another anomalous phenomenon that has become more frequent in the last few years. It is a logical manifestation of an atypical behavior of a magnetic field, which looks like light pillars. Previously, similar phenomena were observed only during the auroras, but now they start to occur even without them. Currently, these phenomena are mainly observed in cold regions at night when there's a light from street lamps. You can read that such light pillars appear because hexagonal or column-shaped ice crystals are suspended in the air, one above another, and are illuminated by a light source. But recall night-winter photos from 10 to 20 years ago. Did you see light pillars on them as often as you see them now? After all, there were street lights, but there were no pillars. What is now keeping the ice crystals in suspended state? This is not just an optical effect. Nowadays, there are more and more cases when light pillars appear in groups. They are brightly colored in the color of the streetlights illuminating them. But the intensity of the pillar glows does not correspond to the brightness of the light source. And what is more abnormal is that light pillars with a red tint or color appeared, independent of the light source. What are these light pillars? This is an atypical manifestation of the magnetic field properties, which cannot be detected by our instruments. it indicates a local weakening of the magnetic field. During such phenomena, cosmic radiation penetrates to the surface of the Earth along the magnetic field lines, interacts with the molecules in the air. This is what colors the pillars in different shades, similar to auroras. Ice crystals hang in suspended state along the power lines of the magnetic field. Today, you will learn what causes the local weakening of the magnetic field. Just as in the auroras, the red color in the light pillars indicate molecular oxygen, which we breathe, is being destroyed by harsh cosmic radiation. Molecular oxygen turns into atomic oxygen, which emits a reddish color, reddish light. This in turn indicates that anomalous zones in the magnetic field are becoming more frequent and more extensive, and the power lines of magnetic field are distorted. As a consequence, our atmosphere is subjected to even more severe attacks from cosmic radiation. Now, you understand why such phenomena as light pillars are not at all fascinating, but rather is frightening. Our protected magnetic field is weakening severely. Harsh cosmic radiation is penetrating deeper and deeper into the Earth's surface, and oxygen in the atmosphere is depleting. All this is progressing extremely rapidly, and we, being intelligent and educated people, do not see that. We admire the anomalous polar light pillars, and say, how beautiful. What can be beautiful about impending death? Atypical anomalies in the magnetic field are terrifying and alarming phenomena, which is related to the destabilization of the core of our planet due to cosmic impact, which affects our planet once every 12,000 years. The climate cerberus has literally given us, all of humanity, a black mark, and we admire and marvel at it. This is a cerberus that dictates a sentence to all of humanity.
So we understand that the Earth's magnetic field is weakening due to external cosmic impact on the core. Then you may ask, if the cosmic impact affects the entire solar system and goes to the cores of all planets, does it mean that on other planets similar anomalies should be registered? And that would be quite a valid question. Today we can study changes in the magnetospheres of other planets using direct measurements by satellites or by analyzing indirect signs. For example, the Voyager probe went to explore other planets 46 years ago. And for that time, we have gathered enough statistics to record changes. Let's find out what is happening to the magnetic fields of other planets in the solar system now.
Additional energy comes from outer space during the 12,000-year cycle to the cores of all planets in the solar system. It is the cores that generate the magnetic fields of the planets due to the influence of cosmic impact on the Earth's core. Since 1995, there have been changes in the magnetic field of our planet. They are manifested in the form of atypical polar light, growth of the South Atlantic anomaly, and pole drift. The outer impact also affects other planets and their satellites. Let's consider what signs of changing magnetic fields we can see on other planets of the solar system. Venus. On Venus, a magnetic field was detected for the first time in 2006, although there had been no signs of it before. As a consequence, aurora borealis is now observed on Venus. They appear in the form of light-moving spots of varying shape and intensity. Sometimes they spread over the entire planet. All this suggests that since 2006 there have been big changes in the core of Venus because the magnetic field cannot appear by itself. Mars. Now, Mars does not have a global magnetic field as a result of a catastrophe that occurred on the planet and affected the function of its core. Only magnetized rocks on the surface of the red planet have magnetic properties. Usually, the magnetization of rocks is so weak that it cannot be a condition for the occurrence of aurora borealis. However, in recent decades, aurora borealis has suddenly appeared even in local zones of magnetization. In the southern hemisphere of Mars on August 11, 2004, the Martian aurora borealis was observed for the first time. It corresponded to a special type of aurora borealis never seen before in the solar system. Between 2004 and 2014, a total of 19 aurora borealis were detected, all of them located in the zone of anomalies of the magnetic rocks of Mars. In April 2022, a giant sinuous discrete aurora was detected on Mars. It was in the form of a luminous twisted band of ultraviolet light and covered half the planet. The appearance of all these aurora borealis on Mars indicates a dramatic change in the properties of even the non-functioning core of Mars. After all, it also receives additional energy during the cycle, and therefore can change its magnetic characteristics. Jupiter. On Jupiter, the magnetic field is 20,000 times stronger than the Earth's, and the aurora borealis occurs in the X-ray range and is 1,000 times stronger than on Earth. In 2017, data from the Juno satellite showed that Jupiter's magnetic field has undergone global changes in recent decades. This became evident when compared with data from the Voyager probe, which explored Jupiter in the 1980s. The largest changes in the magnetic field occurred in the powerful magnetic region near Jupiter's equator, known as the Great Blue Spot. This transformation cannot be explained by external influences on the magnetic field, which means that the change in the Great Blue Spot is associated precisely with changes in the characteristics of the core of the gas giant. This phenomenon can be compared with the South Atlantic magnetic anomaly on Earth, which is now rapidly expanding. The largest satellites of Jupiter also have polar lights. However, it is interesting that on Callisto, northern lights were detected for the first time only in 2021. This indicates that changes in the magnetic properties of the cores during the cycle of 12,000 years occurred not only on the gas giants, but also on their satellites, as they also have cores. Saturn. Compared to Earth, Saturn has a much larger magnetosphere. On Earth, polar lights are usually caused by the solar wind, while on Saturn, the solar wind has much less influence on the dynamics of polar lights. On Saturn, polar lights shimmer in the infrared and ultraviolet ranges, that is, invisible to the human eye. Despite the fact that the solar wind could not affect the intensification of polar lights on Saturn, in 2017, a new type of northern lights began to be observed on Saturn, along with the classical one. It was caused by ultra-fast winds in the upper atmosphere above the North Pole. We can see how the parameters of magnetic fields on different planets of the solar system have changed in recent years, compared with the previous observations. These changes occur both on terrestrial planets such as Earth, Mars, and Venus, as well as on the gas giants such as Jupiter and Saturn, and even on their satellites. Changes in the magnetic fields of the planets are caused by changes in their cores. And the simultaneity of these processes points to a single external factor, the cosmic impact, which affects the cores of all planets of the solar system in the cycle of 12,000 years.
Let us draw some brief conclusions. As we've seen, magnetic field anomalies on other planets occur in the same way as they do on Earth. This again indicates that today the entire solar system is influenced by cosmic impact on the planet's cores. And later today you will learn why exactly the planet's cores react to the external impact and what exactly happens in the interior of other planets due to the imbalance of their cores. Now we've considered how physical phenomena react to failures in functioning of the core, and this can be seen both on Earth and in the outer space. But there is another indicator on Earth which other planets don't have, by which we can track anomalies in the magnetic field. That indicator is living organisms. The Earth, on Earth, everything living, from humans to fungi, insects and bacteria, depends on the magnetic field. So any abnormal changes in the magnetic field will affect their vital functions. And today you will find out how disastrously they are affected. According to experiments, the biological effects of changes in magnetic fields on living organisms can be so serious that they can be considered as dangerous as radiation. There are studies on mutation and cancer in living organisms from exposure to magnetic fields. Magnetic fields affect electrical conductivity and fluid media in an organism. The more complex an organism is, the more adaptive compensatory mechanisms are provided by nature in the form of nervous and immune systems and fluid media. The smaller and simpler the organism is, the less ability it has to survive changes in the Earth's magnetic field. The impact on the Earth's magnetic field on a mosquito and on an elephant will be different since their systems of organisms are different. So insects are more vulnerable to changes in the magnetic field, and this explains why half of all extinct species today are insects. The rate of extinction of insects is 8 times higher than that of mammals, birds, and reptiles. During the last 25 to 30 years, when after 1995 critical changes in the Earth's magnetic field began, the number of insects decreased by 2.5% a year. Magnetic storms also affect insects. Nowadays, during the 12,000-year cycle of cataclysms due to changes in the planet's course, areas of atypical magnetic anomalies which are not detected by our devices also start appearing on the Earth's surface. These areas are the first ones to which living organisms react. As soon as the magnetic field in these areas weakens, the population of species decreases. As soon as the tension increases, the population of species grows. Under such temporary fluctuations, animals have a chance to survive, adapt, and maintain the population. But with a global problem, such as sudden weakening of the planetary magnetic field, mass extinction of flora and fauna ensues. That's exactly what is happening today. About 1 million species of animals, plants and fungi are now threatened with extinction. Some might say it's not due to climate change, habitat change, or environmental pollution. Yes, that's true, but not only that. The effect of changes in the Earth's magnetic field on living organisms is critically understudied, although it's already deadly. Let's watch a video about the scope of species extinction today due to changes in the magnetic field.
We are now on the verge of a 6th mass extinction of species, and many creatures are disappearing at an alarming rate. Even more disturbing is the fact that this was triggered not only by human activity, but also by magnetic field anomalies that have occurred over the past 3 decades. First of all, the smallest, simple species of the animal world get extinct because they cannot adapt to the sharp change in the magnetic field. But unfortunately, this is just the beginning. Insects. In 2019, the Biological Conservation Journal published a study on the decline of 41% of insect species, with 1/3 of them already being endangered. In recent decades, 46% of bee species have become extinct. Bees use geomagnetic information to synchronize their biological clock, navigate in space, build honeycombs, queen cells, and so on. Scientists are sounding the alarm. The number of bees is decreasing, even in forests that remain untouched by human activity. This points to the influence of changes in the magnetic field. Many species of butterflies and moths have been significantly affected. In Britain, for example, their numbers fell by 58% between 2000 and 2009. Insect populations in protected areas of Germany have declined by 76% over the last 27 years. Similarly, the tropics of Puerto Rico have seen a decline of 78 to 98% in insect biomass over a period of 36 years. The decline in the number of insects has led to the extinction of birds, frogs, and lizards that fed on them. The mass extinction of insects will lead to an environmental disaster. The disappearance of even seemingly insignificant species like the mosquito will lead to a domino effect, ultimately leading to the gradual collapse of the entire complex system of the animal world, frogs and amphibians. Over the past 20 to 40 years, due to changes in the global magnetic field, there has been a sharp decline in the number of populations of many species of amphibians around the world on an unprecedented scale. This phenomenon itself has attracted increased attention from scientists and caused great public concern, especially in North America. These disruptions lead not only to population declines, but also to mutations, hermaphroditic individuals, and other pathologies. In the chemical analysis of water, all the parameters were within normal limits, indicating precisely the effect of changes in the magnetic field. In the large forest area of Bunderbos in the Netherlands, the population of salamanders has been steadily declining since 2008 for unknown reasons. By 2013, only 4% of their previous quantity remain. Changes in the magnetic field are also affecting freshwater crustaceans. According to studies, the weakening of the Earth's magnetic field leads to a decrease in the size of Daphnia zooplankton and slows down their reproduction. During migration, birds navigate using magnetic fields. A study of 2 million captures of 152 land bird species in North America revealed a mass phenomenon of avian vagrancy when birds lost their sense of direction and deviated from their path due to geomagnetic disturbances. Anomalous zones, not detectable by measuring devices. Recently, there have been cases where various species of migratory birds did not fly to their wintering grounds due to occurrences of magnetic anomalies, which are not detected by modern devices. Such anomalies are characterized by rarefied air, unnatural for bird flight. In 2020, hundreds of thousands of dead migratory birds were found in the southwestern United States. The birds were in good physical condition, except for extreme exhaustion. It was as if they got into a trap where some power was forcing them to fly until they died. In recent decades, cases of whole flocks of birds falling dead for reasons unknown to ornithologists have been recorded all over the world. Frightening facts of further consequences of local magnetic field anomalies that are not detected by modern measuring devices are observed worldwide. These include sudden strandings of whales, dolphins, harbor seals, and crocodiles. Cases of wild roe, deer, goats, and sheep going berserk without any registered source of disease have also been documented. Animals are dying, and scientists don't know why. Our Earth is gradually dying. Our flora and fauna are dying due to the cycle that causes all these changes. The smallest species are the first to die, then it will affect larger species. In the coming years, the number of undetectable magnetic anomalies associated with changes in the Earth's core will only increase. Right now, we have nothing to oppose these magnetic anomalies.
You may have a question. Earlier in our report, we discussed climate change on other planets, deep focus earthquakes, and destructive processes in the Earth's interior. Why do we suddenly start talking about the extinction of insects and animals? The problem is that scientists today don't look at climate change holistically. Well, everything is interconnected, and careful observation of the behavior of insects and animals can help us better understand where zones of geomagnetic anomalies occur and what their nature is. What we cannot capture with devices today can be detected indirectly by various signs. That is why we use the multidisciplinary approach, because we realize that the more holistically we look at the climate change picture, the better we can investigate the issue and the faster we can find a solution. We as humanity are now approaching a very dangerous frontier because these magnetic anomalies are already destroying not only fauna, but also the lives of millions of people. Already now, none of us is immune. We invite all experts to pay attention to the information that we'll now voice.
As we have mentioned earlier, as today, the Earth's magnetic field has weakened by 10%, and this trend is clearly increasing. As a result, we humans are becoming more vulnerable to the radiation. Therefore, we are currently observing a rapid growth of oncological, viral, and other type of diseases. This is an established fact that during the magnetic storms, there is a number of heart attacks and strokes, including fatal increases 2 to 3 times. This is because the charge of the magnetic field reduces the external charge of erythrocytes, which leads to their clumping. Blood coagulation increases by 2.5 times, which significantly increases the risk of thrombosis. Let's look at the slides showing the rate of cardiovascular diseases, psychiatric disorders, and cancer, which are steadily increasing, and they are caused, among other reasons, by the changes in the magnetic field. These numbers are shocking. But I would like to point to another extremely disturbing fact related to our health, which official science cannot explain. Many countries sounded the alarm. Young, healthy people have suddenly and prematurely started dying. Autopsy doesn't reveal any organic damage, no aneurysms, heart scars, blood clots, or ruptures of vessel. That was as if heart was simply switched off. This phenomenon was called sudden adult death syndrome. Doctors cannot find explanation for this phenomena and are discouraged by the number of cases occurring. There are several theories about how that could be caused, and you can see them on the screen now. But despite the funding and research in this area, the number of sudden deaths in the world continues to rise rapidly. And all these tell us that the cause lies in the processes that we are still don't know, and they are not known to official science. Especially, we are witnessing another type of atypical anomalies in the magnetic field, which arise from the changes in the core. These are drastic local increase in the magnetic field intensity that migrates across the surface of Earth. The human body, then exposed to such an area, simply shuts down. Its resuscitation, if it's not performed within 2 to 3 minutes, death will occur. Today, due to the increasing instability of the planet's core, this type of atypical anomaly is occurring more and more frequently in the various parts of the planet, which means that the amount of sudden deaths will continue to rise. This is impossible to shield against this phenomenon. In the coming years, this will become the new pandemic. The question arises, how to save your life? Today, human life is not valued. So if the consumerist format persists, this issue will never be solved. It is necessary to change the format of society from consumerist to a creative one, so that human life comes first, and scientists receive unlimited funding for research on how to eliminate the cause of these anomalies, that is, to stabilize the core. This will become possible when a way to counteract external cosmic impact is found. This is the only way to save human life.
Anomalies in the Earth's magnetic field are now leading to another type of atmospheric phenomena that is extremely dangerous and is already causing the death of people. These phenomena are not yet being linked to disruption in the Earth's magnetic field. Specialists try to explain them in traditional ways. We'll now give you several examples to illustrate this type of anomalies. Among the number of climate disasters that have been attacking the people of Saudi Arabia for the past 6 months, there was one circumstance that no one paid attention to. On December 29th, 2022, the temperature dropped abruptly in Mecca. However, it did not get cold around it. An area of coldness appeared locally and suddenly out of nowhere. This led to formation of powerful cloud system. Look how suddenly it appeared there and brought heavy rain and hail with it. After a while, the temperature returned to normal, so no one paid attention to this. These abnormal, sudden, and localized temperature drops are attempted to be explained, for example, by Arctic cyclones bringing the cold. But why didn't cyclone manifest itself along the way? Because when cyclone moves, it leaves a trail of cold behind it along this entire trajectory. An Arctic cyclone cannot suddenly fall from above. make a cold snap in a local region and disappear without a trace. Similar instantaneous localized drops in temperature have also been noticed in other parts of the world. For example, on December 21st, Colorado, USA, the temperature dropped by a record-breaking 40 degrees Fahrenheit in just half an hour. And in the state of Wyoming, a weather station recorded an unprecedented drop of temperature of 20 degrees Fahrenheit in just 2 minutes. On February 3rd, in the United States, near the observatory of Mount Washington, the air temperature dropped sharply to minus 47 degrees Fahrenheit. Mount Washington is known for the world's worst weather, but February 3rd, the temperature drop was record-breaking. The combination of freezing temperature with hurricane winds gusts up to 127 miles an hour felt like minus 108 degrees Fahrenheit. The temperature drop was so sudden that trees and soil exploded and cracked from the freezing water. If people on the mountain at that moment would have gotten frostbites within 2 minutes. Simultaneously with the temperature drop, there was a sharp drop in pressure. Meteorologists explain these extreme conditions by the partial drop of the stratosphere into the lower atmosphere. You can see the animation on the screen. Such sharp localized temperature drops are associated with another type of atypical magnetic anomalies, which have not yet been detected by our instruments. These anomalies appear as a result of disruption in ionization of atmosphere and molecules. Ionization, it is important to understand that the charges of air molecules in the atmosphere are affected by the magnetic field. And in zones of atypical magnetic anomalies, the ionization of molecules in the atmosphere changes, and as a result, the connection between molecules weakens. Because of this, the air becomes less dense, and cold air from the upper layers of the atmosphere quickly descends to the Earth's surface, while the warm air rises into the stratosphere. This phenomenon can be called atmospheric contraction or overturns, which occur very quickly and have local character. This phenomenon can be detected by measuring the qualitative changes of molecules in the upper layers of the atmosphere. Probes can be placed in different parts of the planet to perform continuous measurements of the electrical charge on the air molecules, its intensity and strength. Then we will be able to study these overturn zones to comprehensively observe changes in the magnetic field and the processes occurring in the Earth's core.
Another manifestation of such decompressed zones in the atmosphere has been the increasing occurrence of clear air turbulence, where air pockets form without any apparent reason. This phenomenon is not predicted and not detected by radars. On March 2, 2023, a Lufthansa crew encountered severe turbulence at an altitude of around 6.8 miles. The plane literally plumped more than 1,000 feet downwards. 7 people were seriously injured and taken to the hospital. On December 18, 2022, a United Airlines plane during takeoff climbed to 2,200 feet, 670 meters above the ocean. Suddenly, it began losing altitude rapidly. Fortunately, the crew was able to regain control over the plane only 775 feet or 200 meters above the water. On March 21, 2022, a China Eastern Airlines plane took off from Kunming Airport in China. After 2 hours of normal flight, the airliner suddenly began to fall. In just 2 minutes, the plane plumped 4.4 miles, 7 kilometers downwards. The captain tried to avoid the crash and gain altitude, but in a split second, the plane turned 90 degrees and crashed vertically into the ground. We have given, and right now you can see this on the screen, the simulation. We have given only a few examples. In all of those cases, without any apparent external conditions, there was a dramatic drop of altitude. Planes literally fall into air pockets, which leads to serious disasters and loss of lives. Such phenomena of air decompression, as well as atmospheric overturns, are associated with areas of atypical magnetic anomalies. The Bermuda Triangle is one of these pathological zones. Planes and ships ships disappear there from time to time. Due to the disruption of the magnetic field in such areas, the adhesion between air molecules decreases, leading to the formation of air pockets. Air simply ceases to support the plane. Moreover, water molecules in these areas behave in a similar way. The bonds between them weaken and the water becomes so fluid that the ships literally fall to the bottom, sinking without any mechanical damage. But if previously, as in the case of Bermuda Triangle, we knew where the atypical magnetic anomaly could occur, nowadays such Bermuda Triangles are appearing more frequently and almost everywhere. There will be more turbulent pockets in the atmosphere, especially at altitudes of 26,000 feet, 8 kilometers, and higher, where most airplanes fly. These pockets are already breaking through to the ground, and the time will come when there will be so many such pockets that flying and sailing will be impossible. If you take off, it's not certain that we will land safely. It will be very, very risky. It's scary to say that, but we have to talk about it, because we're obliged to warn people. Unfortunately, in the consumerist formative society where human life worth nothing, such anomalies are not properly studied, and moreover, they will be hushed up to the last moment so that not to cause panic and not to lose profit. How many airlines do you think will want to make a statement that flying is now dangerous? Well, you know the answer yourself. Let's summarize. Due to the malfunction in the Earth's core caused by the external cosmic impact, the magnetic field of our planet undergoes catastrophic changes. Anomalous auroras, light pillars, atmospheric voids, turbulence anomalies, zones of air and water decompaction are appearing, where overturns are formed, areas of magnetic anomalies. Living organisms and people are dying, and if the overall destabilization of the magnetic field is related to the disruption of the core in general, then local migrating zones of magnetic anomalies have an even more detailed explanation. These anomalies are formed by sudden bursts of electromagnetic energy from the planet's interior, and these bursts occur as a result of cavitation explosions in magma in the interior of our planet. We have described this mechanism earlier in the forum when we talked about defocus earthquakes, including those that caused the tragedy in Turkey and Syria. With such a cavitation explosion in magma, the wave propagates tangentially, as in the Yudkin effect, and leads to the appearance of the zones of atypical magnetic fields anomalies on the plane's surface. Due to the destabilization of the core, such explosions occur more and more frequently, which means that soon we will observe not only intensification of such above-mentioned anomalies, but also a huge amount of lightning striking from the Earth's interior and the increase in the number of ball lightning. All the facts you have heard today about the changes in the electromagnetic field indicate that our core is already extremely unstable, and that means that our planet is currently following the worst scenario of the cycle of climate catastrophes. Later in the forum, you will learn why humanity will face its end even earlier than 2036. Another confirmation of this is the intensification of climate anomalies and disasters on the planet as a whole. We carefully study everything that is happening to our planet, all the habits of the climate cerberus, because we realize that if no one does that, then humanity is simply doomed. And now we want to present to your attention a video containing terrifying facts about the growing power of the climate cerberus, which unfortunately we cannot counteract today.
Natural disasters of such magnitude and force have never been witnessed by our humanity before. It is like a cerberus that burst out of the Earth's interior. We have been watching the climate cerberus when it was just beginning to grow. We're thousands of volunteers of the climate monitoring team of the Creative Society from all over the world, who work 24/7 to collect and analyze huge amounts of data, studying the habits of the climate cerberus. even several research institutes can't process that much data. But it can be done by people united by one goal. Watching the Cerberus, we have realized that it has now grown and broken free. It is already tearing apart our planet, destroying our homes, and taking people's lives. And yet, most people are not aware of this threat at all and do not understand what is happening to the climate. But we realize that the climate Cerberus will not stop on its own. To stop it, we must study all its habits. The cost of each of them is the lives of many people. The Cerberus is now many steps ahead of us, and we're only following its trail. We will tell you about the habits we have managed to identify. After watching this video, you won't be able to say that no one has warned you. The Cerberus attacks suddenly and lightning fast when you least expect it.
There was almost no time to react.
Nothing. We couldn't take anything out because the fire was coming, and it was terrible.
There was no access to get out.
Yeah, I had to jump out of the window.
And it was like a movie where the house slides down behind you and you're running for your life. But we have lost home. But we're okay.
On March 28th, people were peacefully walking on the city streets in Georgia. Moments later, they found themselves under the rubble of street structures.
The structure was shaking. Rose by 2 meters.
It just happened that quickly. Water everywhere. Within 10 minutes, the whole backyard was a river. It's like two big, huge tsunamis coming through. There was one, and then there was a second one that just came through just so quickly and fast.
The Cerberus does not obey rules. The tactics of its attacks are unpredictable. It swaps the 4 seasons. In February 2023, when it was summer in the southern hemisphere, temperature dropped below 0 and the snow fell in Australia and Argentina. While in Europe, summer has arrived in the middle of winter. In Germany alone, 982 heat breakers were broken in just 3 winter days. A few days later, the European heat wave was replaced by an anomalous cold snap. This is happening all over the world. Abnormal heat and cold alternate at a catastrophically fast pace. And that is also the terrifying signature of the Cerberus. It brings chaos to your everyday life. In Africa, in southern Morocco, snow is a rarity. But in February 2023, the inhabitants of several communities were cut off from the outside world after a heavy snowfall. Emergency aid had to be delivered by air. The climate Cerberus is sophisticated and inventive in its attacks. Tropical cyclone Freddy formed in the Indian Ocean in February 2023. Lasting 35 days, the cyclone traveled an enormous distance of 10,000 kilometers, becoming the most powerful cyclone in the southern hemisphere and the longest lived in world history. On its way, Freddy intensified 7 times, which has never happened before, and its trajectory was anything but a normal cyclone track. It turned around several times and continued its way. Cyclone Freddy left catastrophic devastation and claimed more than 600 human lives in 6 countries. The climate Cerberus never sleeps. It attacks when you're most vulnerable and defenseless. Residents of São Paulo in Brazil went to bed to the familiar sound of heavy rain. At dawn, a flash flood and multiple landslides buried about 50 houses with sleeping people. The Cerberus knows no mercy. Now, it's already making some really terrible strikes. But this is only the beginning. On the early morning of February 6, 2023, a magnitude 7.8 earthquake destroyed the peaceful sleeping cities in Syria and Turkey.
Mom.
Granny, are you all right?
Is there really no one there? We're completely buried.
After the earthquakes, the affected regions experienced a sharp cold snap and a snowfall, followed by a severe flooding. The cerberus is becoming more aggressive, and catastrophes of such magnitude as in Syria and Turkey will occur more and more frequently. The cerberus appetites are constantly growing. It is devouring more and more territory and taking away our homes. Fires are spreading, millions of hectares are burning, and they're very difficult to extinguish. Floods are covering larger and larger areas. Across Europe, since 2000, there has been a more than 30-fold increase in abnormal rainfall. The cerberus was weaker before, but now its blows have become more fierce. This year, in Japan and the USA, people died after being trapped in snow in homes and vehicles. Now, even snowfalls have become a deadly threat. Periods of attack last longer. Droughts have become a continuous process that intensifies year by year.
It's March now, and with the snow melting, the water should have been higher than me. But instead, the riverbed is completely dry.
Because there has been a drought here for the whole year, it's not just 3 months, it's a whole year without rain.
If this is happening now, it will be even worse in the summer.
The drought this year was extreme, and given that the previous 2 years also had a drought that dried out the soil, this year, all the soil has dried out.
The waves of merciless heat are becoming longer and arriving sooner. Record-breaking temperatures of 104 Fahrenheit hit India and Pakistan already in February. This has happened in Asia for the first time in history. The cerberus has many heads, and they are all insatiable. It attacks multiple territories at once, and disasters occur simultaneously. Late February 2023, Tropical Cyclone Freddy is raging in Madagascar and Mozambique. At the same time, there is a major winter storm and a historic tornado outbreak in the USA and major fires in Australia and Chile. Extreme rains and floods hit Indonesia, Brazil, and 17 other countries, while landslides and mudslides occur in the Philippines, India, and Peru. During this time, the world experienced 5 major earthquakes with magnitudes above 6. And this is not even all of the events. The cataclysms are synchronizing, thereby reinforcing each other. This has never happened before, but now it's happening all the time. The climate service grasping onto one territory does not let go of it. In November 2022, the city of Jeddah in Saudi Arabia was hit by a record rainfall. In 6 hours, more rain fell than in 3 years. The next 5 months brought a whole cascade of natural disasters. Giant hail and snow, sandstorms, storms and tornadoes, torrential rains and floods. For more than 3 months in a row, California, USA, has been hit by bomb cyclones, atmospheric rivers, a powerful earthquake, hundreds of floods and landslides. This is the first time the residents of the states have encountered anything like this. Climate disasters occur in cascades over one area, and each new wave of disasters brings even more destruction and suffering to people. The cerberus does not distinguish between the rich and the poor. It does not care about nationality or skin color, and there are no countries, nations, or borders for it. It comes to everyone. The worst part is that the more it eats, the bigger it gets. And the more it is going to devour.
The video we just watched once again shows that the climate cerberus is a disturbing reality of our present day. Indeed, it doesn't care about your social status, gender, or race. Everyone is equal in the face of this destructive and deadly threat. Can we oppose it now? Yes, we can. And everyone has something to offer. It's the voice of truth. The faster people around the world learn about the real causes of climate change, the faster steps will be taken to eliminate them. So, I want to call once again on everyone who sees and hears us now. Share this forum, this broadcast. Go live right now and record your invitations. Let's do everything we can do to make the world know the truth.
You and I can see now how catastrophic the escalation of disasters around the world is, how much destruction, tragedy, and grief they bring. It is impossible to keep silent about it anymore. Each of us understands this. That is why we are holding this forum, and all our activities are aimed at conveying the truth about the real scale, the increase in disasters on Earth, and the real causes of this. And every volunteer of the Creative Society Project conveys this truth as best as they can, using their talents and abilities. Some speak about this through music, dance, or song. Now we present to you this music video aimed at drawing the attention of the world community to the real causes of climate change and the only way out, the Creative Society.
there's a way. Say there's a way, there's a way to tame what is underground. You need to make your voice sound, 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 sound. Knocking on closed doors of empty room has no sense. Better reach your hearts and your voices. No point to break through the walls and defense. Better break through veil of their ignorance. There is a way out if you start to act right now. Be of good courage, for there is no fear in love. Love for humanity is way with no doubt. Creative society is our way out. Say there's a way, there's a way out of dark today to wash your lies away. Say there's a way, there's a way out of false to true. If one cracks now is you, 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 you.
Thank you. There is a line in this song that says, to tame what is underground, you need to make your voice sound, which says that the problem today is underground, in the core of our planet. Even last time, people still had many questions why it is the core in the 12,000-year cycle that is causing the cataclysms occurring on Earth. And so now I pass the floor back to our scientific team.
Да, ядро на данный момент является...
Yes, the core is currently the main conductor of all cataclysms. It is precisely the displacement and heating up of the core that determine all the processes that occur on the surface. We do not have the means to directly reach and study the core. Therefore, we need to study the effects of its destabilization to understand what is happening with the core. It is also necessary to study other planets because understanding the processes on all planets will allow us to better understand the causes and consequences of changes in the core of our own planet. Because our main and key task during the cycle is to stabilize the core and stop the influx of additional energy from external cosmic impact to it, in order to prevent the extinction of humanity. And later in the forum, you will hear how it can be done. During the 12,000-year cycle, external impact comes to the cores of all planets in the solar system. What are the signs that tell us about this? It has been established that when there was a displacement of the Earth's core in 1998, there was a simultaneous displacement on other planets as well. How was this established? The first to speak about this was Yuri Vladimirovich Barkin, PhD in physics and mathematics, professor at Schmidt Institute of Physics of the Earth of the Russian Academy of Sciences. The displacement was measured on the Earth as well as on the Moon, whereas displacement on other objects were registered indirectly. During lunar missions, laser reflectors were installed on the Moon. In 1997 and 1998, abrupt changes in the coordinates of all four reflectors were detected simultaneously in the same direction. Barkin's calculations showed that the center of centers of mass of all planets have shifted relative to their geographical positions, which indirectly indicates the displacements of all the cores. Look at these numbers on the screen. For example, on the screens, the Earth's center of mass is displaced to its geometric center by 1 kilometer, 0.6 miles. The Moon's by 2 kilometers, 1.2 miles. The Mars's by 3 kilometers, 1.9 miles, while that the Sun over 300 kilometers, 186 miles. What did the destabilization of the Earth's core and the increase in energy from external space actually lead to? It led to an increase in seismic and volcanic activity as well as heating of the Earth's crust. However, the Earth's crust is heating up unevenly. There are 3 zones of Earth that are abnormally heating. Thin oceanic crust is the first to heat up, which causes heating of the water at the bottom of the ocean. The second type of zone are areas of activation of magma chambers beneath West Antarctica and Greenland, where magma and mantle plumes are rising. It is precisely because of this that these glaciers are melting from the bottom up, and we talked about this in detail during the previous forum. And the third zone is the areas of continental crust that are heating up as magma rises. Moreover, the coldest parts of the plates are the first to start heating up. For example, we can see that in Siberian Arctic is heating up 3 times faster than the rest of the world. Canada is being heated up as well. This is a compensatory mechanism. These areas bear the brunt first. When these areas of heating begin to grow, it will mean that Earth's crust can no longer compensate for the growing heat from the external impact coming to the core. In other words, the uneven heating of the planet's surface, which is compensatory mechanism, is a clear sign of the core destabilization. We already know that destabilization of the cores is taking place on all the planets of solar system. In this case, the question arises, do we observe the same signs on other planets, such as uneven surface heating and geodynamic anomalies? Let's find out in this video.
During the 12,000-year cycle, an external cosmic impact reaches the cores of all planets in the solar system. On Earth, this leads to abnormal heating of magma and its rise, resulting in increased volcanic and seismic activity, abnormal heating of the Earth's crust, as well as glaciers and permafrost melting from below. Is it currently possible to detect any increase in internal heat and tectonic activity on other planets, provided external cosmic impact is spreading to all planets? Mercury. Satellite data from the MESSENGER probe has shown that 19 tectonic-related terrain changes formed on Mercury between 2011 and 2015. The planet's core is responsible for internal activity. Previously, Mercury's core was believed to be inactive. The new tectonic changes are concentrated predominantly in the northern hemisphere. What's notable is that the core of Mercury has now shifted in the same direction, according to scientists' assumptions. So where's the extra energy that intensifies tectonic activity on the planet coming from now? Venus. Recently, there has been an increase in volcanic activity on Venus, similar to what is currently observed on Earth, Mars, and Jupiter's moon Io. 37 volcanic structures have been discovered on the planet's surface, with plumes observed within them. Their activity was detected in 2020. The researchers draw an analogy with Earth's mantle plumes that form chains of volcanic islands like Hawaii or the Canaries. As it can be seen on the map of Venus, these volcanic structures are mainly concentrated in the southern hemisphere of the planet, indicating an asymmetrical rise of magma in the planet's interior. The increased volcanic activity on the planet is also confirmed by numerous other independent studies. What has caused the recent rise of magma and plume activity on Venus? Why is this happening in sync with the increase in volcanic activity on other planets? There is also a sign of internal heating on Venus, manifested through accelerating winds. Data from the Venus Express orbiter showed that wind speeds on Venus have increased from 186 miles per hour to 249 miles per hour between 2006 and 2012. These days, similar dramatic signs of warming atmospheres are being observed on many other planets in the solar system. Mars. In 2018, the south pole of Mars experienced an unprecedented warming event. Areas of liquid water 20 kilometers in diameter were found under the ice cap. In other words, the ice on Mars is now melting from below, just like on Earth. As the geothermal heat from the planet's interior increases, the glaciers on Mars, like those in Antarctica, Greenland, and permafrost on Earth, are also melting from the bottom up. In another part of the planet, the Elysium region, there is a sharp increase in endogenous activity, meaning internal activity. Between 2019 and 2020, the rise of magma triggered 465 Marsquakes in the area, and in 2021, a seismic event was recorded that was 5 times more powerful than any previous one. And in May 2022, a huge mantle plume was detected in this region, causing an even more record-breaking Marsquake. As we can see, seismic activity is now increasing on Mars, much like it is Earth. It is worth noting the similarities between the processes on Mars and Earth. When the Earth's core shifted along its axis of displacement, 2 heating zones initially formed, one in western Siberia and the other in western Antarctica. Similarly, we have observed 2 zones on Mars, one near Elysium and the other at the South Pole. This indicates that Mars' core shifted in the same way as on Earth during the 12,000-year cycle. The recent processes on the terrestrial planets point to an increase in the activity of their interior. Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars are experiencing a simultaneous increase in volcanic and tectonic activity, with a sharp rise of magma creating zones of anomalous heat. Jupiter. On gas planets, the function of a core is performed by a denser accumulation of gas within the planet. The high temperature of Jupiter's atmosphere is mainly provided by its internal heat. In 2001, scientists discovered that since the Voyager probe's exploration in the 1980s, Jupiter's internal heating had increased by 37%. Moreover, this heating is greater than the energy received from the sun. It is known that internal heat fuels storms and turbulence on gas planets, increasing wind speed. Hence, the sharp increase in Jupiter's internal heat has resulted in the intensification of these atmospheric phenomena. When the Hubble was launched in 1990, no cyclones or thunderstorms were detected on Jupiter. But over the last decade, storms have become increasingly active and intensified. We can see them on images of the planet as spots. Red spots are the hottest areas. Since they started appearing, it means that there is more internal heat. Between 2005 and 2006, another massive red spot was formed on Jupiter for the first time. The already existing huge anticyclone, the Great Red Spot in the southern hemisphere, has shrunk and rounded, indicating an increase in wind speed. It has increased by 8% between 2009 and 2020. All of this indicates that additional energy is emerging in the depths of the gas giant that causes powerful internal heating. Where could this energy come from? Planet satellites also react to external space impact with an increase in endogenous activity. On Jupiter's moon Io, in the northern hemisphere, the most powerful volcanic eruptions have been occurring over the past 5 years. On another of Jupiter's moons, Europa, in 2013, scientists discovered that the ocean at the equator was warming from below. Subsequently, the satellite's interior heated up so much that in November 2019, NASA's research group detected water vapor above Europa's surface. It is noteworthy that the moon Europa started heating up on the side that does not receive heat from the sun. Conversely, the coldest area was found on the sunny side. In other words, the appearance of zones of anomalous heating on Europa cannot be attributed to solar energy. They can only be explained by an increase in internal heat. Saturn. Internal heating on Saturn is known to be the main driver of storms, as it is on Jupiter. Between 2007 and 2010, a chain of 23 to 26 dark spots was discovered, which were interpreted as areas with high heat emission. In 2010, the so-called Great White Storm formed abnormally early in the northern latitudes of Saturn. It became the largest and most intense storm observed in the planet's northern latitudes. A record temperature spike of 150 degrees Fahrenheit above normal was registered in the vicinity of this storm. Subsequently, the processes in Saturn's atmosphere became more intense. In 2018, scientists discovered a series of storms of an entirely new type also near the North Pole. Previously, the storms of such intensity had never been observed on the gas giant before. We see that Saturn's heating from the interior is increasing, which contributes to the intensification of storms on the planet Enceladus. Saturn's moon is covered with an ice shell, beneath which lies an ocean, and directly beneath the ocean is the planet's core. Unexpectedly for specialists, the interior of Enceladus has a very high geothermal heat, much higher than all known sources of heat on the planet. When they measured the internal thermal power of Enceladus, it was 15.8 gigawatts, which is an order of magnitude greater than all known sources of heat on the planet. This is 2.6 times the power of all the hot springs in Yellowstone. In 2005, near the south pole of Enceladus, where the sun does not shine, a spacecraft detected a new thermal anomaly, which had not previously been observed. In this area, jets of steam composed of methane, propane, and molecular nitrogen were found to be escaping. In this steam, composition indicates the increasing hydrothermal activity which has emerged at the core ocean boundary. In other words, Enceladus is also heating up from the inside. Where did the additional energy for heating Enceladus come from? Uranus. It is believed that Uranus is warmed by solar energy only, which determines the planet's weather patterns. However, in 2014, when Uranus began to move away from the sun, solar energy was almost non-existent in its northern hemisphere, and extreme storm activity was detected in that region. This means this activity on Uranus must have been triggered by recent internal warming processes. Neptune. Neptune is experiencing dramatic temperature anomalies. Although it has been summer on Neptune since 2005, data showed that most of the planet had been gradually cooling into 2018. However, between 2018 and 2020, stratospheric temperatures at the South Pole have risen sharply by 11 degrees. Such a rapid pole warming vortex surprised astronomers since it had never been seen before. They could not determine the cause of these fluctuations. However, it is apparent that additional energy appeared in the system which may have caused such temperature anomalies. Pluto. Pluto and its moon Charon are the smallest and farthest objects from the sun. They have been considered inactive as they cannot store internal heat due to their size. In 2015, a 1,000 kilometers long, that is 620 miles long, field of large cryovolcanoes was discovered on Pluto, spewing ice and ammonia. Planetary scientists were astonished by this discovery, as cryovolcanism requires a mechanism of the planet's internal heating. Heating from the sun is excluded due to Pluto's distance from it. Researchers were unable to explain the activity observed on the planet with the help of traditional heat loss models. We are clearly seeing internal activity on the surface of Pluto and Charon. Something is ripping apart their ice crust. That is, we can see that the planet and its moon have recently begun to heat up from the inside. What could be adding energy to this heating of the interior of Pluto and Charon? Conclusion. So what is currently affecting the interiors of all the planets in the solar system? It is an external source of additional energy that enters the cores of the planets every 12,000 years. This excess energy in the core is converted into heat. Magma heats up, producing zones of increased heating. There's growth of seismic and volcanic activity, strengthening storms and other anomalies. Moreover, they are often localized in certain areas of the planet and do not depend on solar energy. What you have seen now is but a small part of all the facts that indicate that the heating in the interiors is synchronously increasing both on the terrestrial planets and gas giants and their moons. All these anomalies have only appeared in recent decades, when the number and strength of disasters from the Earth's interior began to increase. In just 5 to 7 years, we will see all these processes on other planets increasing tenfold, if we ourselves remain to live on our planet.
Итак, мы видим, что сегодня внутри планет Солнечной системы
To sum up, we see that additional energy is emerging inside the planets of the solar system, the presence of which cannot be explained by any of the known sources of heat such as radiogenic heat, tidal friction, solar radiation, and others. The emergence of additional heat in the planets of the solar system can only be explained by external cosmic impact on their cores, as well as on the core of the Earth. Moreover, similar changes occur even on gas giants, which suggests that they too have cores which are very dense. Otherwise, they would not have gravitational and magnetic fields. When we start studying them more thoroughly, even greater surprises await us.
We now understand that the cause of unprecedented increase in climate disaster and anomalies on Earth is destabilization of the planet's core. Why do we claim that today, as in previous cycles of 12,000 years, the core is destabilized by the external cosmic impact? After all, some believe that nuclear tests, large seismic events, or falling meteorites could have caused such destabilization. But none of these factors can cause destabilization of the core, and now we will explain why. The Earth core sets the tone for everything on the planet. It is not just massive, but it is the center of gravity and practically the center of mass. The core is very stable, and its rotation is precisely that system that makes it impossible to disrupt the planet. What normally ensures such stability of the core? In terms of the structure, the core is divided in an inner core and an outer core. The inner core rotates slightly faster than the outer core, and almost always the entire core rotates faster than the Earth's surface. The inner core sets the rotation of the entire planet. So, in fact, the core acts as a gyroscope, which stabilizes itself because most of the planet's mass is centered in it. Look, when you try to tilt a rotating gyroscope, or that very spinning top, it immediately returns to original position by itself. By the way, if the core were suddenly to reverse the direction of its rotation, then according to the law of conservation of energy, its huge amount of energy during such a reversal would destroy the entire planet. With its gigantic size and rotational speed, the mechanism of the core becomes so robust that it cannot be thrown out of balance by any external mechanical impact. It is because of this that for millions of years, neither the falling of meteorites nor the explosion of giant supervolcanoes or the strongest earthquakes could put the planet out of balance. All of this was dampened by the core. However, today, being in a 24,000-year cycle of cataclysms, we're seeing destabilization of the core and the entire system of its rotation. As we have already understood, this could not be caused by any mechanical impact. This suggests that it is the external impact that is affecting our core. Moreover, we understood that this impact has a very powerful energy. Otherwise, it simply would not be able to destabilize such a robust and stable system as the core of the planet. To understand what external cosmic impact is now affecting the core, we need to understand why it affects only the core without interacting in any way with any other shells of the Earth. The answer is in the structure of the Earth's inner core. Our hypothesis is that the Earth's inner core has an enormous density and is something like a neutron star. That is, the core of the Earth consists of neutrons. This was also stated by PhD of physics and math Igor Mikhailovich Belousarov in his work Nature Through the Eyes of a Physicist. He suggested how the neutron core could have formed inside and described the planet's development. The density of matter in the inner core is 100,000 times greater than the density of the outer core. This is because the outer core consists of atoms, while the inner core consists of neutrons, which are components of atom and are 12 orders of magnitude smaller in volume than the atom itself. Neutrons are electrically neutral particles, so they do not experience repulsion or attraction. This creates the maximum density of their packing. Free neutrons themselves are unstable particles. They have half-life of 16 minutes. However, when they are part of atomic nuclei, or if they're densely packed, as in the neutron star,
the neutrons are stable particles. The advantage of the neutron core hypothesis is that it provides an explanation for the origin of neutrinos detected coming out from the center of the Earth, and why there's an increasing flux of them in local areas. This is due to the decay of free neutrons, which occur on the surface of a neutron core due to the external impact. In scientific publications, one can come across assumption that there's a third layer in the Earth core and that the inner core is asymmetrical. All of these observations arise from seismic wave studies. However, all of them are incorrect because they do not take into account the specific features of the inner core. Due to the enormous density, the inner core is incapable of allowing any waves to pass through. In other words, seismic waves do not pass through the inner core, but rather encircle it. Moreover, the inner core may slightly change. For example, if there's a shift of even 300 feet or 100 meters, measurements of seismic waves coming from the same point before and after the displacement of the core will give completely different results. Based on these differences, false conclusions are drawn that the core has a third layer or that it crystallizes asymmetrically. However, if experts take into account the extreme dense structure of the inner neutron core, which does not allow seismic waves to pass through and that the core can move, then we'll easily understand and process seismic wave data. And most importantly, they will understand what is happening in the core right now. We come to the conclusion that since our core is neutronic, which means that it has anomalous high density, this is a reason why the cosmic impact, so far unknown to us, is interacting with it alone. At the same time, this impact passes through much less dense matter from the atmosphere to the mantle without any interaction. So how do we understand what the external cosmic impact is? After all, if we do not understand what it is, we cannot stop it. And therefore, we cannot prevent the destruction of the planet and save all of humanity.
We have said many times that this external cosmic impact is not detected by our devices, and it is a new type of impact that has not been studied by our modern science yet. Why did we come to this conclusion? To begin, let's recall what we know about the external cosmic impact. First, this impact comes into the solar system cyclically every 12,000 years, and every 24,000 years it is stronger. Second, the impact affects all the planets in the solar system. Third, it affects only the planet's cores, both their magnetic properties and the position of the cores inside the planets. This gives grounds to say that such an impact has enormous energy. Let's see if any other impacts can cause similar changes. Could it be gravitational, electromagnetic, acoustic, cosmic ray, or dark matter impact? Let's start with the gravitational interaction. Let's suppose that the solar system traveling through space has entered a gravitational anomaly caused by other objects. Then the trajectories of the sun itself, all the planets and their satellites would change, because gravitational impact affects the planets as a whole. That is, it would move the entire planet rather than affect only its core. But this is not happening. Some scientists speculate that neighboring planets or gas giants such as Jupiter, when approaching the Earth, could affect the Earth's core, shifting it with their gravitational field. But it's important to note that the reported changes in our planet's core did not begin with its displacement, but with the changes in its magnetic properties in 1995. Only after that, in 1998, there was a displacement of the core, so this could not be caused by the gravitational effects of large cosmic objects. Moreover, convergence of the planets in the solar system occurs in cycles of only a few dozens of years, which means they cannot cause catastrophic changes in the core every 12,000 years. Could it be dark matter? Dark matter is matter that does not participate in electromagnetic interactions, but it is involved in the gravitational interaction we discussed above. That means it would have affected the motion of stars and planets as a whole, not just their cores, so it doesn't fit either. What if our solar system was hit by powerful electromagnetic radiation, such as from pulsars? Pulsars emit narrowly focused impulses of different energies. However, there are no pulsars standing in the path of the movement of the solar system and the galaxy, which would have such an unique periodicity with the distance of 12,000 years between them, and every other pulsar would emit even more powerful flux. Maybe then there was a powerful emission of electromagnetic radiation on the sun, or an electromagnetic pulse from a supernova explosion in the depths of space. But let's remember that electromagnetic radiation, such as X-rays and gamma rays, are mostly absorbed by the atmosphere. Only two types of electromagnetic radiation can reach the surface of the Earth: visible and radio waves, but they do not reach the core either. It turns out that no electromagnetic waves from an external source could affect the planet's core, because they simply could not reach it. Another factor affecting the planet from space is cosmic rays. Many of them deviate towards the poles by the Earth's magnetic field, skirting the Earth. The rest of the charged cosmic ray particles scatter in the atmosphere, causing showers of secondary elementary particles. Some of them may reach the Earth's surface, but not the core. Only two types of particles are known to penetrate beneath the Earth's surface: muons and neutrinos. Muons penetrate hundreds of meters deep before deflecting, slowing down, and decaying into an electron and a neutrino. But muons are too few to reach the Earth's core. Neutrinos are the only known particles coming from space that can reach the Earth's core. High-energy neutrinos have a high probability of interacting with the Earth's interior, but their flux is not large enough to transfer a significant amount of energy to the Earth's core, while low-energy neutrinos typically pass through Earth without interacting with matter. Let's summarize. Now we see that none of the known impacts, gravitational, electromagnetic, the cosmic rays, can have a direct effect on the planet's core, causing the cyclical changes that we observe throughout the solar system.
Moreover, today on Earth, we register another anomalous factor which cannot be caused by any of the previously mentioned interactions, but may be the result of yet unexplored external impact. And this factor relates to changes in the quantum world. Since 2010, measurements of charge radius of the proton have begun to record deviation from the previous measured value. And already after 2016, most of the experiments showed a reduced value of the proton charge radius. The new table value adopted in 2021 was 4.4% less. Such changes at the micro level require enormous energy, and this suggests that this impact should be sought at the quantum level and most likely at the beyond quantum level. A different physics works here, a hypothesis that you will learn about at the end of the forum today. So, we understand that an invisible energy of enormous power is now flowing to the Earth core. We can determine the consequence of its impact by the presence of excess heat in the Earth's interior and by the signs of destabilization of the core. And there's another indirect sign of the external impact, the change in neutrino emissions from the Earth's neutron core. We talked about this phenomenon back in 2014. Although, even earlier, we found that the neutrino emission increases in certain local points of the Earth. Later, our words were confirmed by new scientific research, and in 2016, a paper was published devoted to the detection of neutrinos emitted from the Earth's interior at the Anita Station in Antarctica. There are such zones of neutrino emissions in various parts of the planet, but today, it is difficult for scientists to study the process due to the division of science and lack of funding. We understand that there is an external factor, but there are no conditions for studying it. We can create such conditions only in the creative society, when the scientists will be provided with unlimited funding and all the resources necessary for research. If we delay in studying the nature of cosmic impact destabilizing the Earth core, it is clear what scenario it will lead to. In that case, the fate of Mars awaits us, and you're about to find out why.
There is actual evidence that the death of living planets can occur in just a few minutes as a result of magma eruption and hydraulic impact. Further, you will be presented with a fundamental study of the catastrophic events that occurred on the red planet, which had life until very recently. Today, the mystery of the red planet will be revealed to all of humanity. We will reveal to you a Mars you have never known. We have a rare chance to study the case of another planet's death from hydraulic impact before it can happen on our own planet. After what you see, you won't be able to say you didn't know about this. The truth about Mars must be known by everyone so that Earth won't repeat the fate of its red brother. Mars and Earth were formed as planets around the same time, 4.6 billion years ago. They had many similarities: a functioning inner core, a strong magnetic field, a dense atmosphere with oxygen, oceans, and plant life. Today, you will discover irrefutable evidence of this based on scientific research. It is widely believed that Mars died 3.5 billion years ago for unknown reasons, and it has been dead for all of those billions of years just as we know it now. Planetary scientists are puzzled by the mystery of where most of the planet's water and atmosphere reserves have gone, what has happened to the magnetic field, and under what circumstances Mars died. However, the truth is that Mars and Earth had a similar life journey as planets, and only recently Mars has fallen behind. The planet died in a cycle of cataclysms, which the entire solar system goes through every 12,000 years. The planet, which existed for billions of years, full of life, perished in a matter of minutes. And this happened quite recently, and our distant ancestors saw Mars burning with their own eyes. Get ready to hear facts about Mars you never knew. Atmosphere of Mars. Currently, Mars has a very thin, dry, and sparse atmosphere, which is 61 times less dense than Earth's. In terms of composition, Mars's atmosphere is now 96% carbon dioxide, with the remaining percentages being argon and nitrogen, and hundredths fractions of a percent is oxygen and water. However, it wasn't always like this. In October 2022, scientists from the University of Arizona published an article in which they proved, based on the analysis of the hydrogen isotopic composition, that for millions of years, the atmosphere of Mars was humid and had a density comparable to that of Earth's atmosphere today. According to official theory, Mars lost its dense atmosphere 3.5 billion years ago. However, the following facts contradict this theory. While studying meteorites found on Mars, researchers noted that some of them fell to the surface through a dense atmosphere. This became clear after studying the trajectory of the fall of these meteorites. Scientists were also surprised by the fact that the meteorites were shiny and looked like they had recently fallen. After all, usually iron rusts very quickly in the presence of water. If, according to scientists, Mars lost its dense atmosphere 3 billion years ago, then isn't it surprising that those iron meteorites show little or no signs of corrosion and are not covered with sediments? This suggests that Mars lost its dense atmosphere only recently. But researchers were afraid to draw such a conclusion. Scientists wonder what the composition of Mars' atmosphere was in the past, as now it consists almost entirely of carbon dioxide. Researchers from Oxford University have come to the conclusion that Mars once had an oxygen atmosphere similar to that on Earth. They made this discovery based on a study of the oxidation of minerals on Mars. Professor Portnov, PhD in geology and mineralogy, has come to the same conclusion. The color of Mars rocks, red, just like human blood, indicates that its atmosphere was once dense and rich in oxygen. The similarity between the color of the planet and human blood is explained by the same reason, the abundance of iron oxide. Red soil is formed as a result of the weathering of rocks, that is, their chemical and physical destruction. These types of soils are also quite common on Earth and are called red weathering crusts. They're formed under conditions of a warm climate, abundance of water, and free atmospheric oxygen due to the oxidation of iron in the rocks. The red rock of Mars was formed under conditions similar to those on Earth. Mars is red because nearly half of the Martian surface consists of rusty soil. Such rust, an oxide film on the planet's surface, is the rarest phenomenon in the solar system. It exists solely on Earth and on Mars. On other planets and numerous large satellites of planets that have water, rocks remain unchanged for virtually billions of years. For instance, the basalts of the Moon are not oxidized and have a gray color because there has never been an oxygen atmosphere. Earth's red weathering crusts originated a long time ago, but only after free oxygen appeared in the atmosphere. It was produced by blue-green algae in the oceans. All the oxygen in Earth's atmosphere, 1,200 trillion tons, is produced by green plants in just 3,700 years. But if Earth's vegetation were to die out, free oxygen in the atmosphere would disappear very quickly. Could that be what happened on Mars? Currently, only 0.1% of Mars' atmosphere is oxygen, but there was a lot of it not so long ago. According to Professor Portnov's calculations, in order for the entire surface of Mars to turn red, the planet's rock would have had to consume 5,000 trillion tons of free oxygen during the weathering process. The amount of free oxygen needed to oxidize the rock of Mars could only have been produced by plant life through photosynthesis. This means that there was definitely life on Mars. You will learn more about other evidence of this later. Another mysterious and unexplained fact is that in some places the red color of Mars is just a thin layer on the surface. Mars rovers have drilled the surface of Martian rocks of various compositions many times, and in the pictures you can see for yourself that inside the rocks turned out to be gray, not red. Isn't that surprising that the red color is just a thin layer on the surface of the gray soil, as if it formed yesterday and over a very short period of time? The surface of Mars could oxidize so quickly and extensively only in the event of a very powerful explosion that engulfed the entire planet. What could cause an explosion of such power? Stay tuned for the answer. Magnetic field of Mars. As we can see from the most obvious facts, Mars had a dense oxygen atmosphere and a hot, humid climate. So why is the atmosphere of Mars so sparse now? NASA blames it on the disappearance of the magnetic field. What proves that Mars previously had a strong magnetic field is the fact that minerals in the Martian crust have patches of strong residual magnetization. However, this magnetization of minerals does not provide protection for the whole planet. By the way, for the same reason, humans will not be able to live on Mars, because life on the planet requires not only protection from cosmic radiation, but also a magnetic field of a certain strength. It is interesting that despite the absence of a global magnetic field on Mars, a giant aurora borealis was reported there in April 2022, which was unlike any previously observed. The appearance of such an aurora might indicate a local change in Mars's magnetic field right now. Isn't it surprising that this is happening now in sync with the anomalous polar auroras on Earth? On Earth, changes in the magnetic field in our days occur due to changes in the core. On Mars, it is happening for the same reasons. There is another mystery about the magnetic field of Mars that NASA scientists cannot unravel. According to their hypotheses, 4 billion years ago, due to changes in the core, Mars' strong magnetic field disappeared, and the atmosphere gradually began to be blown away by the solar wind. But Venus does not have a global magnetic field either, yet its dense atmosphere hasn't been blown away by the solar wind. Despite having different densities, both the atmospheres of Mars and Venus are composed of 96% carbon dioxide. There are suggestions that the atmosphere of Venus is preserved by the ionosphere and the induced or secondary magnetic field. However, the same conditions exist on Mars, but there is no dense atmosphere. Robin Ramstad from the Swedish Institute of Space Physics proved in his research that even now the weak and sparse atmosphere of Mars cannot be blown away by the solar wind due to the protection from the induced magnetic field, as is the case on Venus. How is it possible that Venus's atmosphere remained despite the absence of a strong magnetic field, while on Mars it did not? The atmosphere on Mars is likely to have disappeared not due to the solar wind and not over 4 billion years, as NASA tells us, but under completely different circumstances. Then what happened on Mars? What was the scale of the catastrophe to deprive Mars of a dense oxygen atmosphere? You will find out more about this later. Rivers and lakes on Mars. Currently, Mars is a dry and cold planet with virtually no liquid water. All water found on Mars is in the form of water ice under layers of soil or on polar caps. During Martian spring and summer, seasonal streams of liquid water consisting of thawed salt solutions can be observed. However, in the past, the hydrosphere of Mars was abundant in liquid water that flowed in a warm and humid climate. This is evidenced by numerous well-preserved riverbeds and lake deposits. Indeed, the presence of rivers with liquid water in Mars's past suggests that once its atmosphere must have been much denser and warmer. As evidence of river processes, rovers on Mars have discovered deposits of clay, river gravel, and sandstone with textures of wavy ripple marks that are formed in exactly the same conditions on Earth. By the way, the rhythmic layering of lake sediments suggests that Mars once had a large moon, not like its current moons Phobos and Deimos. Only in the presence of a large moon can tides and ebbs occur, which give a rhythmic alteration of layers on the shores of water bodies. Lakes on Mars were formed in the depressions of the relief in lowlands or, for example, in impact craters, just like many lakes on Earth. Interestingly, lake breaches and floods often occurred on Mars, just as they do now on Earth due to heavy rainfall and river floods during global catastrophes. Take a look at these ancient rivers and lakes of Mars in satellite images. Notice how Martian rivers resemble modern river systems on Earth. One of the longest, now dried-up river systems on Mars was nearly 700 kilometers long, which is roughly half the length of the Colorado River on Earth. And this river, Rule Vallis, left a channel which is 1,500 kilometers long, 7 kilometers wide, and 300 meters deep. Moreover, in 2019, a study by scientists from the University of Chicago analyzed 200 dry rivers on Mars. It was found that in hundreds of areas on Mars, the rivers were wider and deeper than on Earth, and they had existed on the red planet for an incredibly long period of 1 billion years. This makes their disappearance even more mysterious and inexplicable for planetary scientists. Look at the map showing the enormous number of dry lakes and river systems that have been discovered on the surface of Mars during modern explorations. This tells us, first of all, that there used to be abundant rainfalls on Mars, which filled the rivers and lakes with water. This is only possible with a continuous circulation of water in nature, which implies the presence of an ocean. Scientists believe that all these rivers and lakes dried up on Mars 3.5 billion years ago. But is that really so? Don't you find it strange that we can still see such clear outlines and banks of these channels? Over billions of years, weathering processes should have eroded and buried these supposedly ancient canyons and channels. After all, we can see the ancient craters on Mars is eroded, but for some reason the riverbeds haven't suffered from erosion at all. All of this suggests that these rivers were flowing on the surface of Mars quite recently. Mars's ocean. Despite ongoing scientific debates about whether there was a large body of water on the northern plains of Mars, thousands of experts find convincing evidence for the existence of an ocean on Mars. And the simplest and most obvious evidence of the presence of an ocean on Mars is its current landscape. Take a look at a topographical map of Mars. The blue color on the map indicates lowlands, while the red indicates highlands. Some scientists still assume that these blue lowlands on Mars are just a few impacts from large meteorites. Now, take a look at a topographical map of Earth made in the same colors. All of the lowered areas of the Earth's landscape have become the oceans we see today. Can you see the similarities between the blue areas of these two maps? In case you have a question of why there was only one ocean and one continent on Mars, there is a simple answer. 300 million years ago, there was only one continent on Earth too, for example, Pangaea, and this had happened on Earth several times. Curiously, the total area of all Earth's continents is approximately equal to the total surface area of Mars. If Mars were to get any bigger, it would resemble Earth like two peas in a pod. Let's get back to the question of the ocean on Mars. The planet's surface is divided into two parts. The first part is the southern high-standing continent, heavily littered with meteorite craters. The second part is the vast northern lowlands called the Vastitas Borealis Formation. The surface of lowlands is practically untouched by meteorites, as if it were protected from impacts. Interestingly, the boundary separating the continent and the lowland runs at the same height, approximately minus 3,900 meters. On Earth, such a line represents the zero level of the world's oceans. Relying on the topography of the landscape, in 1989, the American geologist T. Parker and his colleagues were the first to come to the simple and obvious conclusion that there was an ocean on Mars. Parker and his co-authors put forward a bold hypothesis. The boundary of the Vastitas Formation is a shoreline, and the formation itself is the bottom sediments of the ocean that once filled up the northern lowlands of Mars. The coastline on Mars is just as varied as on Earth. Some places it is a gentle ledge, some other places it is high bluffs and cliffs. However, this evidence was not enough for skeptics. Well, let's see what other facts point to the presence of an ocean on the northern plains of Vastitas. We have already established that thousands of rivers existed on Mars, and they must have flowed down towards the Martian Ocean, just like on Earth. On Earth, rivers carry not only their waters to the ocean, but also various sedimentary materials, such as pebbles, sand, and clay. When rivers meet a sea or an ocean, they form deltas of various shapes, both on land and underwater. For example, Indus, Ganges, Amazon, Mississippi, Nile, Volga, Lena, and many other rivers on Earth form deltas. Surprisingly, but extensive deltas have also been preserved on Mars to this day. Researchers have discovered on the Red Planet more than 6,500 kilometers of dried-up river deltas or belts of underwater channels flowing into the Martian Ocean. These deltas have left numerous sedimentary deposits on the oceanic coast, at least 900 meters thick. These sediments cover hundreds of thousands of square kilometers along the shores of the former ocean. In February 2021, the Perseverance rover discovered a fan-shaped delta with traces of flash flooding at Jezero crater. At the late stage of the river's life, torrents of water carried boulders weighing several tons for tens of kilometers at tremendous speed. Researchers cannot say what caused such cataclysms in the river. Traces of catastrophic floods have also been found on Mars in the vicinity of the Valles Marineris region. These are giant channels of outflowing water that have no tributaries and start as full-scale channels. These channels are assumed to have been formed by a sudden catastrophic water discharge at a rate of 100 cubic meters per hour. Nothing like this has ever happened on Earth. Researchers say these were some catastrophic events. The next interesting fact indicating the presence of an ocean on the northern plains of Mars is the shape of impact craters from meteorite impacts. The fact is that when meteorites fall into moist soil, they leave a trace of splashing liquid mud around them. In the pictures on the left, you can see a crater from a meteorite impact on dry soil, in the center on moist soil, and on the right on the soil heavily saturated with water. Interestingly, as you move away from the shoreline on the northern plains, the proportion of craters with liquid mud around them increases. This indicates a high residual water content in the soils in the place of the former ocean. On this map, you can see such craters marked in orange. The presence of an ocean on the northern plains in the past is also confirmed by a NASA study based on analysis of hydrogen and deuterium isotopes. According to the analysis, the volume of water on the planet was 6.5 times larger than what remains in the polar ice caps of Mars today. This volume of water was greater than what the Arctic Ocean on Earth contains. However, for some reason, Mars lost 87% of its water. Interestingly, if the Martian Ocean had evaporated gradually, researchers would have seen a gradual change in the level of delta deposits and how shallow water sediments replaced deep water ones. On Earth, geologists are well aware of the sequence of sediments formed by a sea receding from the shore for millions of years. However, nothing similar is observed on Mars. On the contrary, there are traces of catastrophic outflows of water indicating that the ocean has disappeared instantaneously. How is it possible? What was that monstrous catastrophe? Keep this conclusion in mind. We will come back to it later. Life on Mars. As you remember, the oxygen atmosphere on Earth appeared only thanks to the appearance of life on the planet, namely blue-green photosynthetic algae in the ocean. It would be logical to assume that since Mars had an oxygen atmosphere, then it must have been created by plant life, just like on Earth. You must have often heard about the search for life on Mars, but unfortunately, you are unlikely to know that life on Mars has already been found many times. The history of discovering life on Mars begins in 1996, when a group of scientists published an article about finding bacteria-like microscopic fossils in one of the Martian meteorites that was found in Antarctica. Later, the scientists changed their minds and declared that those were just rock formations. Surprisingly, the discovery of a large number of organic molecules found in samples of the Jezero crater by the Perseverance rover in 2022 did not cause much excitement, despite the fact that NASA officially announced it. It turned out that back in 2013, the Curiosity rover found signs of organic matter in rock samples, but this was not recognized as an official discovery of life on Mars either. Think about it. If there was a living ocean on Mars, what else besides bacteria could have appeared in the ocean waters? What kind of marine organisms develop in the warm ocean waters on Earth? You'll be shocked to learn what the rovers actually found, but what NASA scientists forgot to mention. For 7 years, starting in 2012, the Curiosity rover has been plowing through Gale Crater, which is located on the coast of the dried-up Martian Ocean. Scientists believe that 3.5 billion years ago, Gale Crater was a lake or a body of water. Similar lakes on the seashore on Earth are often filled with salt water due to the proximity of the ocean and are called lagoons. Interestingly, salt-saturated rocks have also been found in Gale Crater. The Journal of Astrobiology and Space Science Reviews published a collaborative study of 15 different institutes and science centers in 2020, which provided comprehensive evidence for geologists and paleontologists of fossilized organisms found in Gale Crater on Mars. Based on an examination of 3,000 photographs, there were detected and identified specimens resembling terrestrial algae, lichens, microbial mats, stromatolites, and many others. These were exactly the same organisms that now live on Earth. We will provide just a few examples. Those very microorganisms, blue-green algae or cyanobacteria, responsible for Earth's oxygen atmosphere, create structures called stromatolites. Modern stromatolites can be seen on the coast of Western Australia. Take a look at these oval towers built by the current living marine stromatolites in Lake Thetis, Australia, Earth. No geological processes can create such forms, unlike living organisms. And now, look at the exact same structures on Mars. These are Martian stromatolites. Now, take a look at the official NASA images, which show branching filaments of cyanobacteria found in the same region on Mars. Didn't these objects deserve a more detailed study by the scientists who operated the rover? Now, look at the following pictures. These are the fruiting bodies of algae found right there on Mars. And now look at these bizarre forms of Martian plants. Their analogs now live on Earth. You might say, I'm not an algae expert, I know nothing about algae, and I can't tell if these findings are fossilized organisms or just bizarre rocks. However, the authors of this research, 10 of whom are well-known experts on algae, unequivocally identified these specimens as plants. Now, take a look at this photo. You might think this is Earth, but it's still a picture taken by Curiosity in Gale Crater. These are real corals on Mars. They have been frozen in time as if they were alive just yesterday. The same kind of corals can be found today on the Great Barrier Reef in Australia. Note the wavy texture of the sea ripples on the surface of the bottom of the Martian image. It looks exactly like the sand on the seashore after a low tide on Earth. This is stunning evidence of life on Mars. But the most shocking thing to experts about this discovery is how well preserved it is, despite its fragility. These corals have not eroded in any way, as if they were laying at the bottom of a Martian lagoon just yesterday. Doesn't this discovery deserve extensive media coverage? Of course, life on Mars existed not only in Gale Crater. There was also amazing evidence of life found in other regions of the planet that NASA and the media forgot to tell us about. Amazing convex formations branching like tree branches were photographed from satellites in the basin of Antoniadi Crater, which is also located near the former Martian Ocean. Italian scientist Fabio Vittorio de Blasio published an article in 2022 detailing all possible formation mechanisms of such an unusual structure. These could not be rivers or deltas, and the only reasonable explanation was that these were reefs formed by microbial communities. Just think about it. These are entire reef systems visible from satellite images of Mars. Look how similar they are to Earth's modern reef systems. It is important to note that according to satellite studies, carbonate rock composition was found in the same region, and this type of composition is characteristic of reef structures. Yet another unusual sign of Martian life was discovered by the Perseverance rover in 2021. Look at these rocks with holes from Earth. Such holes are made by rock-boring bivalves that drill shelters for themselves. Now, take a look at these numerous rocks captured by the Mars rover in Jezero crater on the shore of the Martian Ocean. According to the authors of the study, these holes in the rocks were also drilled by bivalve mollusks. Some might argue that those could be dozens of meteorites laying in one place, but meteorites tend to have a metallic luster. It cannot be said that these rocks look like porous Martian basalts either, because basalts have a dark color. However, for some reason, the rover did not see anything interesting in these exotic porous rocks and just drove past them. Now, you have seen only a small part of the findings of recent life on Mars, which were discovered by researchers seeking the truth. They are fully consistent with what scientists would expect to find on Mars. There are still a lot of findings left out of the picture. When we first saw this information, we were shocked. Why is NASA silent about this? Why haven't the discoveries of a decade ago been thoroughly studied yet? If it is denied that these are traces of paleontological findings of plants and microorganisms, why have no official refutations been made? How can it be that after almost 50 years of research missions on the surface of Mars, the signs of life have never been officially established despite the huge volume of obvious facts that complement each other? What has been done in 50 years? Billions of dollars have been spent, and what have we learned so far? Information about fossil finds on Mars is deliberately hidden. If we assume that all these findings are traces of active Martian life, then it turns out that Mars passed the same path of evolutionary development as Earth. The observed species have a similar origin and have their analogues among modern inhabitants of Earth, which means that Mars could not have perished 3.5 billion years ago. Otherwise, these species would not have had time to evolve. The fact that the extinction of Martian species occurred very recently is also evidenced by the excellent preservation of the findings, which completely contradicts the accepted dating of the demise of Mars. And to discourage inquisitive people from studying this topic, NASA adopted a tactic of posting on the internet hundreds of thousands of identical, boring photos from rovers in which there is nothing interesting. This is done to disappoint anyone who still had any interest in studying life on Mars and to make them give up hope. Meanwhile, the truth is right in front of everyone. Catastrophic eruptions on Mars. Current magmatic and volcanic activity on Mars is also puzzling researchers, as these processes cannot occur on a planet that has been dead for billions of years. Prior to recent discoveries, most planetary scientists thought Mars was geologically dead. Take a look at this region of Mars. It's called the Tharsis Plateau or Tarshish. This region is a massive volcanic plateau which was formed as a result of the magma ascent from a giant plume. The volcanic rocks of the Tharsis Plateau are not magnetized, which indicates that Mars' magnetic field was absent during these eruptions. The 5 largest volcanoes in the solar system are located on the Tharsis volcanic plateau and are considered to be extinct. According to the official theory, these volcanoes last erupted 150 million years ago and have not been active since then. However, on September 17, 2018, a 900-kilometer-long cloud was observed ejected by Arsia Mons, one of the volcanoes in the region. This suggests that these volcanoes of Mars are not dead. Also, in this part of Mars, there is a giant 11-kilometer deep Valles Marineris, where the giant channels of catastrophic water discharge originated. Theoretical calculations suggest that this valley formed as a result of the uplift of the terrain caused by a magma chamber. The uplift experienced stretching during inflation and broke along the crack, which is what the Mariner Valley represents. At At the end of the Mariner Valley, there is a region called the Labyrinth of Night, which is completely flooded with relatively young lava. It appears as if an incredibly powerful, catastrophic explosion occurred in this area. Nothing like this has ever happened on Earth, at least not yet. We'll talk about when and what happened here in just a few minutes. There are large volcanoes on Mars, not only on the Tharsis Plateau, but also on the opposite side of the hemisphere, in the region of Elysium Planitia. In 2018, NASA's InSight Mars lander started to receive information about thousands of Marsquakes in this region, near a fault called the Cerberus fossae. And on May 4th, 2022, a Marsquake of magnitude 5 was recorded in this region of Mars, the strongest ever observed on another planet. Mars does not have plate tectonics, so in 2022, scientists at the University of Arizona concluded that these Marsquakes were not of tectonic origin, but were caused by the rise of a huge mantle plume 4,000 kilometers in diameter. It began to deform an area of Mars roughly equivalent to that of the continental United States. Interestingly, the previous work of the same team of scientists proved that where the magma chamber is currently rising, there was a volcanic explosive eruption between 53,000 and 12,000 years ago. This is the youngest known eruption on Mars. All this suggests that the dynamic processes in the Martian depths have not ceased to this day. If the planet, according to scientists, lost its magnetic field 3.5 billion years ago due to the destruction of the core, then why hasn't this magma hotspot solidified and crystallized over all those billions of years? What provokes its uplift in the depth? Where does the extra energy come from inside the dead Mars to lift the magma? After all, on a planet where the core dies, all internal processes stop, as there is no longer a source of internal heat. However, magmatic activity is now increasing on Mars, and in the coming years we may even witness large-scale eruptions on the neighboring red planet. Unless, of course, similar events destroy us on our own planet before that. Time of life and death of Mars. You have just seen a lot of facts that contradict the officially accepted dates of the death of Mars. Think of unoxidized meteorites fallen in a dense atmosphere. Think of the thin layer of red soil on the rocks, the river valleys which have not been eroded, and the fragile corals on the seafloor. Academic science claims that Mars turned into a dead planet 3.54 billion years ago. However, all the evidence suggests that there was life, ocean, atmosphere, and magnetic field on Mars quite recently, no more than a few tens of millennia ago. If the planet had lost its dense atmosphere and ocean 3.5 billion years ago, the processes of wind and chemical erosion would have smoothed out and filled the relief of the rivers long ago. The wind, sand, and dust storms of Mars would have smoothed out any irregularities in the terrain. Yet, we see rivers, rifts, and signs of flooding as if giant channels formed by flowing water in the Mariner Valley area were made just yesterday. Let's figure out how is it possible that NASA scientists were so wrong in their understanding of the geological history of Mars. The age of rocks on other planets is determined by the number of meteorites that fell on them. The older the surface is, the more craters there are. If there are few craters, it means some processes in this area smoothed out the old craters. For example, lava was flowing or the ocean was splashing. Now, take a look at the topographic map of Mars. Once again, notice how few craters there are on the northern plains of Vastitas Formation compared to how many there are in the southern continent. How can this be explained? When there was an ocean on the northern plains, meteorites fell into water, leaving no craters. While on the continent, we see many craters of different kinds and ages. An attentive observer will note that not only are the northern plains almost devoid of impact craters, but so are the volcanic plateau of Tharsis and the Elysium volcanic region. This suggests that these eruptions occurred quite recently, in geological terms. And as mentioned earlier, it has been determined that volcanic eruptions occurred on Elysium only a few tens of thousands of years ago. How can we explain the fact that there are so many craters on the southern continent? It's interesting that if we remove the soil layers on the Earth's continent, we'll also see many craters throughout the Earth's geological history. In planetary science, there is a field of mathematical analysis called crater counting. It calculates the age of the rock surfaces based on statistical patterns. It is these calculations that led scientists to make erroneous dating of the death of Mars of 3.5 billion years. But why were scientists wrong in their calculations? Articles on Mars crater counting indicate the age of certain Martian surfaces as being 3.5, 4, or 2.5 billion years old. In other words, the accuracy of this method is now a billion years, give or take. So what kind of an accurate age estimation can we even talk about? Another important factor that introduced serious errors in crater statistics work was the appearance of a large number of craters on Mars due to its proximity to the asteroid belt. This belt formed as a result of the catastrophic destruction of the planet Phaeton due to the explosion of its core. Therefore, many fresh meteorite craters on Mars may have been caused by the fallen debris of Phaeton. Astrophysicist Rudolf Schultz, a Nobel Prize nominee, and a team of researchers believe that Mars lost its atmosphere and ocean not 3.5 billion years ago, but in the period between 100,000 and 10,000 years ago. Professor Alexander Mikhailovich Portnov asserts that the catastrophe on Mars occurred only a few tens of thousands of years ago. We hypothesize that Mars died 24,000 years ago during a cycle of most powerful cataclysms that affect the entire solar system every 12,000 years. Planetary scientists do not see that Mars died recently because they ignore information about the cycle of cataclysms and do not pay attention to the fact that climate change and the activation of the depths of all planets of the solar system occurs simultaneously. They only focus on the Martian surface and believe that the craters formed in the place of the former ocean are very ancient and have accumulated over 3.5 billion years. The shape of these craters indeed resembles very ancient, partially destroyed formations. We do not blame those scientists because in order to understand what happened on Mars, you need to know well what happens on our own planet during the 12,000-year cycle of catastrophes, which obviously lies beyond the competence of researchers studying other planets. During a cycle of catastrophes, when the impact from outer space delivers additional energy to the cores of the planets, their interiors begin to heat up, causing the cores to get displaced. Destabilization of the core in the planet causes anomalies in the magnetic field and the drift of the center of mass and the speed of rotation of the planet begin to change. Due to the energy entering the planet's interior and changes in the centrifugal force, magma begins to rise from the interior of the planet, just as it is currently happening on Earth, where magma is already breaking through the thinnest parts of the crust. The thinnest part is the oceanic crust, and now, due to the rise of magma, the ocean floor is heating up more than usual. The same thing is happening on Mars, as well as on other planets of the solar system, and even on the Moon. Take a look at the flat, smooth surfaces of the ocean of storms on the Moon. That part of the Moon became so smooth probably because in the 12,000-year cycle, magma from the depths melted the crust in that area from within. The same process takes place on Mars. During the cycle of cataclysms, magma heats up the bottom of the former ocean and melts the ice below the surface, while the craters erode. This is why scientists believe that these are ancient craters that appeared billions of years ago. Numerous traces of crater healing, floods, and even traces of mega tsunamis in the recent past of Mars speak of endogenous heating of the planet's interior, the thawing of water-saturated soils, and the erosion of the former Martian ocean floor. For scientists unfamiliar with the information about 12,000-year cycle of cataclysms, these phenomena remain a mystery. Experts cannot imagine that their mode models and dating are wrong because they cannot answer a simple question: where did the atmosphere and ocean of Mars disappear if it died recently? Now we're going to tell you the most vital information for every Earthling. Are you ready to find out what really happened on Mars and what could happen on Earth in just 13 years? Hydraulic impact on Mars. Mars died suddenly. Recall, we do not see traces of the gradual retreat of the ocean. This means the ocean disappeared instantly. The dense oxygen atmosphere of Mars also disappeared under mysterious circumstances unexplained by NASA models. The oxidized red film over the entire surface of Mars could only have formed in conditions of the burning of the entire atmosphere. This sudden, unexpected cataclysm formed giant traces of water discharge. Only a single scenario of the death of living planets can bring together all these disparate facts into one frightening picture. Let's look at how this catastrophe happened on Mars. It all started just like it does every 12,000 years throughout the solar system. Extra energy from the outside began to enter the cores of the planets. The core of Mars also received this energy, and the interior of Mars began to heat up. The magma chamber beneath the Tharsis Plateau began to rise, just like what's happening now on Earth under the glaciers of Greenland and Antarctica. The humid, warm climate of Mars began to change. The global temperature on the planet rose by several degrees. The ocean began to warm up from the bottom. The number and severity of natural disasters began to increase on the planet. In the Northern Ocean, the number and strength of Martian hurricanes began to grow, destroying the coast. The current coastline of Mars has clearly observed areas of persistent hurricane landfall. Earthquakes began to increase in number and magnitude in the Tharsis and Elysium Plateau areas, just as they are beginning to increase even on dead Mars right now. Abnormally high tsunami waves appeared, traces of which have been discovered by scientists. Then, as a result of the weakening of the Martian magnetic field and the drift of the poles, anomalous auroras began to appear, just like it is happening on Mars and Earth right now. The instability in the planet's interior continued to grow. On two plateaus, Tharsis and Elysium, volcanoes exploded and catastrophic eruptions began, flooding everything around with liquid, unusually hot lava. This is evidenced by a huge area covered by lava flows. The atmosphere was filled with ash, and a sudden ice age began. Hurricane winds carried abrasive particles, bringing everything in their path to dust. Those were the same dust storms that now occur on Mars, only the winds were hundreds of times stronger. Earthquakes increased exponentially until the entire Mars began to shake with magnitude 10 Marsquakes. Magma plume under the Tharsis Plateau continued to uplift the area until at some point the magma met groundwater in the interior. At that point, the uplift burst with a catastrophic roar. This formed the Mariner Valley into which the cold waters of the Northern Ocean rushed. At that moment, in the central part of the Tharsis Plateau, where the labyrinth of Night Plateau is now located, there was a catastrophic rupture of the plume, and the cold water in the Mariner Valley instantly exploded, breaking through the atmosphere of Mars with a column of steam. This was a hydraulic impact with the force of millions of nuclear bombs. The shockwave from this explosion tangentially traveled inside the planet, expanding the magma in all directions. The impact caused the inner core to bounce back and stop, and the magnetic field of Mars disappeared in an instant. The moon of Mars most likely flew off into the sun. Water from the Mariner Valley rushed back into the ocean, forming catastrophic outflow channels. Mars exploded from eruptions, its atmosphere started burning and flared from electromagnetic discharges. Mars was burning, and our distant ancestors saw it. The blazing planet began to be covered with a red oxide film. At this very moment, literally in a couple of minutes, the torn atmosphere of Mars rolled up like a scroll. And since its integrity was violated, it broke off the blazing planet along with the ocean. The torn atmosphere and ocean of Mars instantly froze in the cold of outer space and turned into comets with a precisely defined momentum of movement in the solar system. Once every few decades, these comets return to their original home. Comets fly past Mars. So, it was due to the hydraulic impact that Mars lost its magnetic field, moon, atmosphere, ocean, and life in just a few minutes. This happened 24,000 years ago. Volcanoes continued to erupt on the planet for several more decades until they exhausted the energy impulse from the interior set by the cycle of cataclysms. The lava from the eruptions solidified after the magnetic field has disappeared, so the rocks did not retain their magnetization. The carbon dioxide released during these eruptions became the new atmosphere of Mars, sparse and cold. Water-saturated sediments froze in the ground. The only inhabitants of Mars that might have survived were molds and bacteria. Mars took on the appearance that we are used to seeing. Over the past 24,000 years, a number of meteorites have fallen on Mars, including ones from the asteroid belt at the location of the planet Phaeton. However, 12,000 years ago, during the previous cycle of cataclysms, the distorted interior of Mars received a new impulse of energy, and the volcanoes began to erupt again, while the floor of the former ocean heated up and melted. It was these processes that caused the craters on the northern plains to take on the appearance of ancient formations, causing scientists to push back the date of Mars's death to an uncertain 3.5 billion years. Why have thousands of scientists been misled and deceived about the true dates of Mars's death? Why has NASA been searching for life on Mars for 50 years and not finding any obvious facts in their own images? We don't believe that only fools work at NASA, but we are certain that they're not telling us the truth. And here is the answer to the question why they're doing this. Those who bought the opinions of scientists are well aware of the cataclysms that happened during the cycle, but they believe people do not need to know this because they hope that things on Earth will not be so bad and they will be able to wait it out in a bunker, but not this time. Nobody survived in a bunker on Mars. Here it is, Mars, dead and cold, evidence and the most vivid example of hydraulic impact, a rare phenomenon on living planets. Mars is a dead monument to a hydraulic impact, a terrible tragedy, and at the same time, this is our chance to understand the reality of the death of planets, the reality of seeing the same scenario on our planet. Now on Earth, we have also entered a cycle of cataclysmic events, similar to the one during which Mars died. The date of the repetition of the events of Mars and our planet on Earth is already known. It is the year 2036. The location of the hydraulic impact is identified. It is the Mariana Trench. Isn't it ironic that on Mars it happened in the valley called Mariner? Do you have enough facts now to understand that it's not a joke? If we continue to do nothing, in 2036 the ocean, atmosphere and all life on our planet will disappear. But we and our children will be gone even sooner. We simply will not survive the increased power and number of cataclysms. And now it is up to each of you to decide whether these events will happen or not. People of Earth, I appeal to you. We deserve to live. We must not allow this scenario to happen again. Yes, Mars died, but its terrible example is a warning for us to never allow such a thing to happen on our planet. We can prevent this catastrophe. The creative format of society opens up for humanity the access to a level of technologies that we cannot even imagine right now. Combining the potential of scientists will allow us to make a discovery about the impact that gives additional energy to the cores of the planets. This will take our science to a completely new level of development. We will be able to stop the energy coming to our core and even use this energy for our benefit. We will be able to control volcanic eruptions and prevent hydraulic impact in the Mariana Trench. But we can do that only together. We need each and every one of you to tell the truth about the threat of Earth's death, just as it happened on Mars. To tell all of humanity that there is a way out, and it is the creative society. We need each and every one of you. Let's not miss our chance to build the creative society. Let's choose life.
After this film, I want to say only one thing. It's about the survival of the entire humanity and our planet today. This is a matter of global security. The main topic of the entire international agenda today should be the topic of studying the external impact that affects the core of our planet and what we can counteract it with. And a more urgent task is to create the conditions for the scientific world so that this problem can be resolved. And those necessary conditions are the building of the creative society. If we don't want to repeat the fate of Mars, we need to act now.
Now, it's a great honor for me to introduce our next honorary speaker, Dr. Egan Chalokian, a lobbyist of the U.S. Congress and White House, member of CERN Laboratories' Future Circular Collider Project team, and Lawrence Livermore National's Laboratories National Ignition Facility User Team, educator, member at the International Association of Intelligence Educators.
Good day to everyone. My name is Egan Chalokian. I am a retired international tax law professional who was also a qualified particle physicist. For the most part, I reside in Cambridge, Massachusetts, USA, home to both MIT and Harvard University, where I have academic roots. Equipped with a combined legal and physical science background, I developed a professional career within the national security, legislative affairs, and academic communities, commencing very early on. Today, I shall be speaking on the interface between climate change, Earth's geophysical disruption, legislative affairs, and national security. Because the character of my chosen topic requires a cultivated expertise typically obtained only on the job, particularly with respect to legislative affairs and national security, I'm also going to give you a bit of my professional background in these same domains as well. In this regard, very early in my career, I served as a legislative tax analyst attached to the President's Commission on International Trade and Investment Policy, the White House, under President Nixon and President Ford. And while affiliated with the Harvard Legislative Research Bureau, and while serving on the board of editors of the Harvard Journal of Legislation, I simultaneously served as a legislative tax analyst with the Joint Taxation Committee of the Committee on Ways and Means and Finance, U.S. House of Representatives and Senate, 92nd and 93rd sessions of Congress. Thereafter, I worked with the Reagan Kitchen Cabinet and Reagan White House, where I was intimately involved with President Reagan's Strategic Defense Initiative project. In total, I have worked with 4 U.S. presidents. While I am, in fact, based in Cambridge, Massachusetts, the lion's share of my current professional activities do in fact take place on Capitol Hill, Washington, D.C., where I have recently commenced a specialized legislative affairs practice centered on climate change and national security-related matters. Incidentally, if you're wondering whether or not I still keep my hand in the physical sciences, well, yes, I do. In fact, I am duly cited in all 4 volumes of CERN Laboratories' Future Circular Collider Conceptual Design Report, and I retain a very active role in the FCC's development. Additionally, I am likewise actively involved in NASA's NISAR mission as well, with a 2024 launch date rapidly approaching. CERN is the preeminent particle physics laboratory worldwide, and the FCC project is deemed to be one of the world's most sophisticated engineering challenges. And with regard to NASA's NISAR mission, which is a partnership between NASA and the Indian Space Research Organization, it is the first satellite mission to collect data in 2 microwave bandwidths, called the L-band and the S-band. In fact, it measures changes of our planet's surface, including movements as small as a centimeter, thus allowing the mission to observe a wide range of Earth processes, from the flow rates of glaciers and ice sheets to the dynamics of earthquakes and volcanoes. The tools provided by NASA's NISAR mission will likely be available to many of you within this audience within the very near future. Now I will turn my attention to the interface between volcanoes, the oceans, human anthropogenic behavior, and legislative affairs and national security. Starting with the oceans and human interaction, The anthropogenic factor has indeed destabilized our ocean's ability to mitigate Earth's ever-increasing volcanic activity. Historically, we as humans could place reliance on Earth's oceans to provide a natural cooling system for the plates and magma beneath Earth's crust, which in turn prevented magma from achieving critical temperatures. By simply cooling the plates and the magma through the release of excess heat into the atmosphere, the oceans routinely prevented the prospect of potentially catastrophic consequences of magma breaching through Earth's crust. Now, unfortunately, it would appear that humans have seen fit to handicap our oceans from performing this vital service. Growing evidence would suggest that the thermal conductivity of ocean water has been decreasing at a molecular level as a direct result of microplastic pollution. Microplastic pollution has decreased the ability of the ocean to release heat into the atmosphere, consequently causing the ocean to heat up and the magma beneath the plates to receive insufficient cooling. As a direct result of this activity, the opportunity for enhanced seismic and volcanic activity has dramatically increased. Routine results reveal that magma flows that are currently being released reflect higher temperatures and significantly different chemical compositions than those observed in the past. And magma that was previously retained at greater depths is now freely evacuating to the surface, further supporting the validity of this statement. Now let's talk about volcanoes. This portion of my presentation will be centered on the cataclysmic volcano activity, both historical and forthcoming, and on the impact likely to be visited upon mankind. Whether viewed through the national security or national disaster lens, the threat warrants immediate global attention. Accordingly, from the introductory presentation, it is hoped that a blueprint to address this issue at hand may ultimately be born, and to the same end, a 12,000-year evolutionary volcanic cycle will be embraced, from which we shall examine the factors which give rise to my assertions. My choice to employ a 12,000-year cyclical barometer was drawn from traditional geological interrogation, which included an empirical examination of ice core data, sedimentary deposits, glacial traces, paleomagnetic research, and archaeological excavation datings. The enhanced frequency of extraordinary geophysical events indicates pronounced instability in the Earth's core. This same instability will consequently manifest itself in the form of intense heat and subsequent magma, as witnessed just a few weeks back. The seismic events unfolding before us today should not be overlooked or discounted. Earthquakes realized in Turkey and Syria, compounded by a succession of volcanic eruptions and subordinated activity, ought to provide ample warning of imminent danger at our doorsteps. Should an earthquake occur in a geospecific region of China or elsewhere on the planet that produces a force magnitude similar to that recently visited upon Turkey, such an extraordinary event could actually trigger volcanic activity as far away as Yellowstone caldera, located in North America. Volcanic networks are indeed incestuous in all respects. If this were to happen, the consequences could be devastating, potentially resulting in a consequential eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano. Moreover, such a catastrophic incident could also activate an interconnected network of volcanoes worldwide. In this lattermost scenario, the fate of mankind would likely be at stake. Volcanoes erupt when mandatory conditions are met. Currently, an increase in magnetic activity is observed on the Earth's interior, and this will ultimately bring about enhanced volcanic activity from both volcanoes and supervolcanoes alike. As magma escapes to the surface, even if external impact on the Earth's core were fully arrested, the presence of inertia would suggest that the eruptions would persist. This inspires the inevitable question as to whether or not volcanic eruptions could be controlled, regulated, or even precluded by man. Can we actually diffuse volcanic eruptions? The eruption of a volcano is instigated by the ascent of magma and the buildup of pressure within the conduit of the volcano. Upon reaching the surface, the magma is discharged as a result of degassing. The process of eruption is also accompanied by a series of small earthquakes that cause the surrounding plates to shift, which can influence the upward movement of the magma. In fact, volcanoes function as a remediating mechanism for our planet, with the goal of stabilizing magmatic outflows. What about earthquakes? Earthquakes are not a mere consequence of plate destruction, but rather a fundamental mechanism of natural remediation, a protective mechanism for our planet. A series of earthquakes within the Earth's crust indicates that the crust of our planet itself compensates for an increase in pressure of magma in the trough, thereby averting volcanic eruptions. During the eruption, only a portion of the accumulated magma is spent, with the remaining balance falling subject to the natural remediation process. The same process manifests in an integral series of stabilizing earthquakes of varying magnitudes, which further serves to stay magma escape. Such a mechanism of natural compensation does not, however, apply in the case of supervolcanoes. A supervolcano possesses a massive magma chamber embedded in the Earth's crust, where magma can ascend and penetrate through the tectonic plate, resulting in a volcanic eruption. Unlike regular volcanoes, Earth's crust is unable to manipulate and restrain the powerful supervolcano eruption through the movement of its plates. Instead, the tectonic plate succumbs to its elimination through a process of melting, which allows magma to flow less impaired directly from the magma chamber under enormous pressure. In the present moment, we have an unprecedented opportunity to avert such catastrophes. These are not fanciful theories, but rather fundamental principles that are being implemented today. We have acquired the knowledge of how to properly degas and unload volcanoes. By implementing a controlled preemptive degassing strategy, we conceivably could harness the potential of alienating the buildup of pressure in supervolcanoes, thus preventing magma from burning through the Earth's crust, and thereby averting the catastrophic consequences of a supervolcanic eruption. To properly perform degassing measures and activate the compensatory mechanisms already in place, it would be necessary to control both the plates and the pressure of magma in order to regulate closure of the trough. By carefully controlling the processes, we could release the growing pathological tension in the areas most influencing the lithospheric plates, thereby reducing the frequency of earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. In other words, the process of earthquakes can be influenced and possibly regulated. In closing, we can prevent the catastrophic eruptions of a supervolcano. However, this can only be achieved after we stop the external impact on the core, which takes place every 12,000-year cycle. This is an undeniable fact. If we fail to take corrective action or improperly conduct degassing, the excess energy will intensify the cavitation process of magma and lead to a sharp expansion of magma pressure, which the crust would not be able to withstand. In such a case, our planet may well face the same fate as Phaethon, in catastrophic explosion that would transform it into an asteroid belt. The issue at hand is not just a matter of national security, but rather a supranational one that should capture the attention of intelligence agencies and governments worldwide. It is critical that we act with urgency, as the consequences of inaction would be catastrophic. In fact, we should have acted yesterday. And this is the reason that I stand before you today, delivering this message with the utmost seriousness and urgency. The paradox of the current consumerist format lies in the fact that despite our understanding and solution to the problem, we are unable to implement them in practice, because executing the degassing process effectively requires a globally coordinated effort that involves the territories of different countries. However, in a world where everything starting from private enterprises to the states themselves is divided and focused on defending their own interest, such efforts are unfortunately seen as a potential threat to national security. Reaching agreement on these issues at the international level can take decades, and this is concerning, given the urgency, especially when these challenges should have been resolved yesterday. The second factor that hinders progressing towards these goals in the current consumerist society is the lack of financial resources allocated to such activities. Despite claims of enough funding, the reality is that there are insufficient investments in these areas. While funds are directed towards wars and conflicts, no funds are allocated to provide for pressing human needs because the consumer society places no value on human life. Therefore, I assert with confidence that if we persist in the consumerist model of international relations, we are bound to fail. The terms of the game are such that even if we possess a solution, we are not able to execute it. We people are the root cause of all crises. Nevertheless, regardless of our past mistakes, we can always stop and do things in a different way. However, given the current state of affairs, any small delay in addressing the climate threats will result in irreversible consequences. Soon we will no longer be able to do anything against the climate, and all of us understand this perfectly well. In light of the dire climate situation, I have come before you today to discuss a possible solution. I believe that the only way to overcome our current crisis is to transform our society from a consumerist format of society to a creative society. The model of the creative society instills in us three key conditions that will enable us to combat climate change. First and foremost, in the creative society, human life is considered paramount, and thus its preservation and protection are prioritized above all else. Secondly, the creative society operates as a single economic space that is both open and transparent, which means there are neither wars nor geopolitical conflicts, nor hidden agendas. This will allow us to execute a global degassing strategy. Finally, it is of the utmost importance that the transition to the creative society provides unlimited funding for scientists to quickly solve the climate issue. This will ensure that scientists have unlimited funding and enough resources to expedite the resolution of the climate issue. In the creative society, sufficient resources will be directed towards the control of volcanic eruptions, thereby enabling us to alleviate the pathological load and pressure from the tectonic plates. With such proactive measures in place, we can even prevent the impending eruption of Yellowstone and corresponding earthquakes. This is not far-fetched. This is a realistic goal, and we are actively working towards achieving it. In addition, not only will we be able to forecast powerful earthquakes such as the recent ones in Turkey and in Syria, for example, but also be able to prevent them. Through the implementation on such measures, we could achieve a stabilization on the planet's geodynamic processes. Of course, this will only be possible once we have stopped the external impact. I am confident that we will discover the necessary solution, but it is extremely crucial that we initiate this work in the near future. Please note that control over geodynamic processes will have a nearly instantaneous impact on the atmosphere, culminating in the control of typhoons, floods, anomalous precipitation, and other cataclysms as well. We envision a future where humans can control climate, including natural disasters. Creative society truly opens up an opportunity to create a world in which cataclysms can be prevented and every person's life safeguarded. This prospect has been the subject of my thoughts and aspirations for a very long time. Therefore, when I was in Washington and encountered the presentation on the Creative Society, I immediately realized that it is precisely what we need. I recognize that the Creative Society is our way out, and thankfully we have such a way. This is something that can enable scientists to act without constraint, stop an external impact, save our planet, and protect human life. That, to me, is the most significant aspect. I know how to solve this problem. I hold the keys to the future in my hands. But as of now, I lack the opportunity to utilize them. This opportunity can only be provided through creative society. Only through the establishment of a creative society can we actually unlock the true potential to implement the solutions to prevent climate catastrophes and secure the safety and well-being of every individual. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you this day. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
We express our deep gratitude to Professor Chalakian for the unique knowledge he has shared with us today. The importance of what we have just learned cannot be overstated. Professor Chalakian's wise and comprehensive approach to volcanic degassing is indispensable and gives hope for the successful elimination of the global climate threat. Thanks to Professor Chalakian, we can now see that the correct and safe degassing of volcanoes is possible. We have the tools and understanding to do it. So we can prevent supervolcano explosions, keep humankind safe, and save many human lives. But an important point emphasized by Professor Chalakian is that planned large-scale degassing of volcanoes can be carried out only after the external impact of the core of our planet is stopped. It is important to understand that the event after we stop the external impact, residual phenomena such as earthquakes and volcanic eruptions will still occur. Therefore, at this stage, degassing will become an extremely necessary tool. However, its implementation requires certain conditions, such as free access to different locations on the planet and other resources. And as Professor Chalakian accurately noted, the only format that can create the necessary conditions for this is the creative society. We will examine in more detail what the creative society format is and why we so much need it today.
In the previous climate report, as well as in this one, we mentioned that our planet may not survive this 24,000-year cycle of climate change. In particular, because our planet's immunity, its main compensatory mechanism, has been destroyed. The time has come to find out how our planet's immunity has been destroyed and what role we, humans, have played in that.
Right now, we are amidst the waters of the world ocean. It's an incredible feeling to observe these endless expanses, to realize their power and boundlessness. On the one hand, it's intimidating, but on the other hand, it lures and mesmerizes with its mystery. But do we realize how important, I would even say how critical, the role of the ocean is in our lives? To understand this, let's consider a simple example. We are in a room with the air conditioning unit of our vessel. Without it, life on this ship would be unbearable. It regulates the climate, temperature, and humidity, and saturates our air with oxygen. The ocean does the same on our planet. It covers 70% of it, creates favorable conditions for life, regulates temperature and humidity, and also provides 80% of the oxygen in our atmosphere. But there's another very important function that it performs. In addition to creating the necessary conditions for life, it also protects it. What exactly does the ocean do, and what does it protect the inhabitants of the planet from? One of the most important functions performed by the ocean is cooling the Earth's interior. Like an enormous air conditioning system, through the atmosphere, it releases into space the internal heat, which is transmitted to the lithospheric plates by the heated mantle and magma chambers. The ocean performs heat exchange and cooling functions, just like the cold water in nuclear reactors. The ocean plays a special role during the peak stress on our planet during the 12,000-year cycle of catastrophes, when additional energy is coming from space to the Earth's core. External impact leads to additional heating of the Earth's interior, which only increases the stress on the ocean. Moreover, every 24,000 years, the impact is several times more intense and the heating is greater. Today, the dynamics of seismic and volcanic activity on Earth already indicate that we are approaching the peak of this 24,000-year cycle. The only difference is that we are approaching it much faster than in all previous cycles.
which is very alarming. And this threatens that in our cycle, a catastrophe may occur that has never happened before. A magma rupture in the Mariana Trench, leading to a powerful explosion that would shut down the core and burst the atmosphere. Such a catastrophe will not only lead to the end of humanity as a species, but also to the death of the very planet Earth. Why did our planet go through all previous cycles, but this time it will not? Why was there less heat in the Earth's interior in previous cycles, and the Earth coped with it, but now it cannot? Where has the malfunction occurred? What is the reason? And there is an answer to these questions. The failure occurred in the ocean. We are the reason for that. Currently, the ocean's heat-conducting function is disrupted. It can no longer release heat into the atmosphere in the required amount. This happened precisely now because never before in millions of years have microparticles been added to the ocean, which we have done. Oil is hydrocarbons. Hydrocarbons at the molecular level critically reduce the ocean's heat conductivity. It is oil that is the raw material for the production of one of the main pollutants of the ocean, plastics. The fact is that when it gets into the water, it does not decompose, but breaks down into microparticles, so-called micro and nanoplastics. Since plastic is a derivative of hydrocarbons, its particles at the micro level change the chemical composition of the oceanic water and its acidity, reduce the heat capacity of water, and impair heat conductivity. How do plastic nanoparticles end up in the ocean? The only reason for this is us humans. Humanity began mass-producing plastic in the 1950s. And now, almost everything that we have produced during this time is already in the ocean. Entire islands of plastic cover the surface of the ocean. Their total area is practically equal to the territory of the United States and Australia combined. But the worst part is that all the plastic that we see on the surface is only 1%. And 99% of the plastic is in the waters of the ocean. Micro and nanoplastics have already permeated the entire thickness of the ocean. Just imagine how much of it has accumulated there. In fact, today there is no place in the ocean that does not contain microplastics. Even in the deepest point of the ocean, the Mariana Trench, at a depth of 11 kilometers, there is microplastic. What's frightening is that it is precisely in this place where microplastic is most prevalent. Yet, this is the most vulnerable place on our planet, where heat dissipation is most important to prevent a catastrophe. Oil enters the ocean in its primary form as well. Annually, up to 30 million tons of oil enter the ocean as a result of extraction, transportation, and accidents. To understand how much this is, let's do some simple calculations. Assuming that 1 ton of oil covers an area of 12 square kilometers of the ocean's surface, if we poured these 30 million tons of oil into the ocean at once, it would cover 360 million square kilometers of water with an oil film. That being said, the total area of the world's ocean is 361 million square kilometers. That is, this film would cover the entire ocean. Now, you can imagine what enormous volumes these are. Oil enters the ocean continuously. Some of it evaporates, but its largest part, 60%, settles on the ocean floor. Oil also forms a film on the ocean surface. Aerial photography has recorded that nearly 20% of the ocean's surface is already covered by such an oil film. It further blocks the ocean's ability to release heat and overall disrupts its evaporation by more than twice. As a result of pollution by hydrocarbons and plastic, the ocean has lost its capacity to release heat. Instead, it accumulates it inside, causing even more warming from endogenous heat from the planet's interior. Thus, we humans, through our activities, have disrupted the system that had been functioning for millions of years before us, killing its important link, the ocean. As the ocean is currently struggling to cool,
and is dissipating less heat, it is starting to warm up at the bottom. A warming 0.04 of a degree Celsius has been detected at a depth of 4.5 kilometers. It may seem like a small value. In a room, we wouldn't even notice such an increase. But imagine what this means on a planetary scale. What this means in terms of millions of cubic kilometers of ocean. And off the coast of North America, for example, there has been a rise in the ocean bottom temperatures of up to 5 degrees Celsius. As a result of the temperature increase in the bottom waters, huge volumes of heated water rise to the surface, the so-called blobs. The temperature of these zones can rise up to 6 degrees Celsius above the surrounding water. These blobs can reach as big as, for example, the area of Texas in the USA. And there are more and more of such giant blobs appearing. Such anomalies indicate that the ocean is dying, and its temperature regime is seriously disturbed. The increase in ocean bottom temperature leads to catastrophic consequences, as it represents a huge amount of energy that was unable to be released from the Earth's interior. This energy is equivalent to the power of millions of nuclear bombs aimed against us. It accumulates in the depths and leads to even greater heating and expansion of magma. And this inevitably leads the planet to a hydraulic impact in the Mariana Trench. The accumulation of endogenous energy inside the Earth intensifies the instability of the planet's core. Thus, the core is destabilized not only by the external impact from space, but also due to the accumulation of excess energy within the Earth's interior. And the more the core is destabilized, the weaker the electromagnetic field becomes. Our shield, which protects us from all kinds of dangerous cosmic radiation, is disappearing before our eyes. In turn, the weakening of the magnetic field leads to the thinning of the atmosphere. A recent study showed that the thickness of the stratosphere has already decreased by 400 meters since 1980. And this is a critical indicator. The atmosphere is supposed to transport excess heat from the ocean into space and protect our planet from harmful cosmic radiation. But plastic nanoparticles rise with oceanic evaporation from the ocean into the atmosphere and change its chemical composition. Because of this, instead of transferring heat further, the atmosphere accumulates it. As a result, the Earth is now absorbing more energy than it releases into space. This, in turn, increases the greenhouse effect. Because of this, the ocean is warming from both above and below, and is accumulating even more heat. Thus, we see that today the ocean is not coping with its function of cooling the tectonic plates and releasing heat into the atmosphere because it is warming up from both above and below. As a result of the weakening of the electromagnetic field and the disruption of atmospheric functions, cosmic radiation enters our Earth much more actively, causing further destabilization of the core. Thus, we see a vicious circle that leads our planet and ourselves to destruction. This is why we will not go through this cycle and why we are approaching it much faster. Because we have killed the ocean and it no longer performs its initial function. We have been witnessing signs of the death of the ocean for many years now, and this is happening at an extremely rapid pace. This includes the mass extinction of plankton, which is responsible for releasing oxygen into the atmosphere. This also includes the death of the Great Barrier Reef, which existed for 25 million years, but practically died within just 100 years due to the warming and acidification of the ocean. All of these processes are only a consequence of the main tragedy. The ocean has lost its ability to dissipate heat into the atmosphere. We have disrupted the function of our main life-supporting air conditioner. We have clogged its pipes. As a result, more and more heat stays inside the Earth, and magma heats up even more. We ourselves are pouring oil on the fire. Currently, we are witnessing the growth of destructive cataclysms much earlier than they should have started. This includes the melting of the Antarctic in Greenland glaciers from the bottom up, abnormal heating of western Siberia, increased seismic and volcanic activity all over the planet, and awakening of stratovolcanoes. This is how we ended up in this situation. The entire human race, along with our planet, has a high probability of not surviving this cycle. And it's all because of our stupidity and mindless consumerism that have killed the ocean. And we did this at the most dangerous moment in time, precisely when we needed its protection the most, during the cycle of climate catastrophes. For millions of years, the ocean protected us and was the only mechanism of defense. And now, we've killed it. And we are left alone and defenseless in the face of a global threat. Do we have a chance to survive all this? Yes, we do. But for this, we need technologies that will protect us from space radiation and help clean the ocean of hydrocarbons. Everyone is stingy with money, and no one will allocate resources for this. Moreover, it is necessary to eliminate the cause, cosmic radiation, and today, no one is solving this problem. As for those who could solve it, brilliant scientists today work for the military-industrial complexes of their countries, and it will always be so in the consumerist format. That is why we need different conditions to solve this problem. We will have such conditions only in the creative society. Building the creative society is our only chance. What will happen if we don't do this? We will perish long before 2036. Recall the millions of nuclear bombs that have already started ticking under our feet, and answer yourself to the question: is life worth a little effort to save it? What will you choose? The death of the planet or the creative society? That's the choice you're making right now.
As we have now seen, the main reason we may not pass the 12,000-year cycle is that we killed the ocean. All the past cycles, the ocean was alive and it was saving the Earth by drawing pathological heat from the interior of the planet to the atmosphere. Now, because of us, humans, the ocean is dead and failing its primary function. What does this mean? It means that we as humanity are now at the sharp edge. We have no time to be wrong. There is only one path we can take through the cycles of global climatic cataclysms. The first thing we must do is to stop the impact of cosmic radiation on our planet to prevent the imbalance of the core and the release of the energy inside the planet. Once we stop the cosmic radiation, which causes the interior of our planet to heat up more and more, the temperature of the magma will drop. And if the temperature of magma decreases even by 1/100th, it won't heat up the ocean as much. And that means the ocean will begin to cool and come back to life on its own. Moreover, as soon as the core stabilizes, the electromagnetic field will also get stable, which again will be able to protect us from the cosmic radiation, and the whole process will begin to restore itself. At the same time, we will be cleaning the ocean of hydrocarbons in order to give it back to the function, of heat conduction. While going through this period, we will be able to conduct in parallel the process of volcano degazing to relieve the pressure that goes from the interior of the planet to the volcanoes. In this way, we will restore the Earth's holistic system. But to fulfill all these steps, we need conditions which we do not have now in the consumerist format. It is only the creative society format that can ensure these conditions, which implies no any geopolitical conflicts, the existence of the single economic space, and most importantly, Yes, and most importantly, they being a common goal for all of humanity. And this goal is the preservation and improvement of life of each human. That's why we need the Creative Society today. And right now, I'm honored to present you to Igor Mikhailovich, our esteemed speaker.
Greetings, dear friends. It's a great honor for me to participate in the forum Global Crisis, There is a Way Out. We've heard a lot of interesting and impressive information today. I would say information that is really frightening and affects many aspects of our lives and life in general. Of course, the information we've just heard is alarming. Many people may ask, where are our scientists? Why aren't they talking about this? Friends, I would like to say that our scientists are here, and many of them know quite a lot. But as of today, the situation has developed in such a way that our science worldwide is divided into different fields. And, in fact, funding of modern science is very low. I mean that science which is supposed to save us, as we already understand from what we've previously heard. This is really alarming, I would say. The problem is very serious, and we will have to solve it anyway, or choose not to solve it. In fact, in our modern world, we, as entire humanity, have options. The first option is to do nothing, and as we've already heard, we can repeat the fate of Mars. The second option is for all to unite under a single government. First of all, why am I saying this? Because in order for us to solve the climate problem, to really solve it, we need to bring all our scientists together. Yes, we need theoreticians, but above all, we need practitioners. Those scientists who are currently working for different countries, those whose names we do not hear and do not see. These scientists are not mentioned, but we know what they work on. They develop things which, for the most part, are subsequently directed against our lives. The time has come for these scientists as well to actually serve humanity. Unfortunately, not a single country is going to give up these scientists so easily. It means we should solve the problem globally if we want to survive as humanity. The global solution to this problem will be for us, whether we like it or not, to unite as the entire humanity. We must unite in order to put an end to wars once and for all, because even the slightest threat of war will keep those secret engineering design bureaus secret. And those scientists who are at the forefront of science today, who are really working in practical science, developing new fields and trends, let's say, in new physics, that physics which we are not yet used to, but which already works according to new physical principles, and creates what is later on killing us in wars, in conflicts, and in many other areas of disputes between countries. So in order for us to solve our main crisis, or at least to have a chance of solving it, we need these scientists. But if we gather them around one table, it means that all the wars must be stopped. So whether we like it or not, in our present consumerist format, it means that all the countries should be united by some kind of one force. Let it be a single world government, elected by people or by the countries. Whether this is acceptable or unacceptable is for people to decide. But there is a problem in this case, and I guess I will voice it. Why is a single world government not a solution in the current situation? This is primarily because Any government has an opposition. Some countries will be against the world government elected by the people or by countries. Someone will disagree with something, which means there will be tension. If there is tension, there will be resistance. If there is resistance, it means scientists will still work on new kinds of weapons. And since they will work on new kinds of weapons, it means that many countries will simply not give away their true scientists, those who are currently developing advanced weapons in secret engineering design bureaus. These scientists won't be able to gather at the same table with the rest. But even if they do gather together with the rest, each scientist will have 10 intelligence officers standing behind him to make sure he doesn't say too much, and that he says and thinks the right things. Can you imagine what it is like for scientists to work in such an environment? Will they be able to brainstorm and find a solution? No, they won't. Scientists today should be granted creative freedom and, in fact, the maximum possible resources. In other words, they should not be constrained as they are today. Why to this day does our science continue to believe in erroneous theories? Let me explain. It's only because these erroneous theories about climate change are simpler, and we see in them at least some kind of a solution. It would be great if that were the case, but unfortunately, today we have seen the facts and the evidence. They are irrefutable. You may doubt them. You may not want that to happen, but we have seen for ourselves that it's a fact. It's an irrefutable fact that proves what our immediate future holds for us. And the question is already about the safety of the whole world, of every person on this planet. This problem is already affecting every human, as well as all countries. Of course, if we leave everything as it is today, we will repeat the fate of Mars. If we choose the solution as described in the second scenario, where there will be a single government with its opposition, hence a lack of scientists, and therefore a lack of our capacity to solve this problem, then most likely we will repeat the fate of Phaeton. That's elementary. I'll give a simple example. In order to reduce the danger, even a little bit today, we need to actively conduct degassing. What will that give? I mean, in relation to volcanoes and earthquakes, degassing is something that can at least slightly relieve the tension we have under our feet and can buy us at least a little bit of time. But if we do not stop the external influence on the Earth's core and instability continues to progress, then during degassing, improper degassing, we will further increase the destabilization of our core. This will lead to what happened to Phaeton. While in order for us to overcome the climate, to put a tight collar and a short leash on the climate cerberus, we need to find a solution in a completely new physics, the one that we presently have no knowledge of yet. What we know is that it exists, and of course, we know at least some principles and have at least some understanding of it. We observe certain processes, but as of today, we are unable to find a solution. In order for us to find a solution, we need all of the intelligent people in the world, and the smartest ones first and foremost. In this case, whether we want to or not, we have to take some measures if we want to survive. There is a way out. In fact, the current forum has a good title. There is a way out. And the way out really exists, friends. It's about changing the format and changing our attitude. If all of us, all the people on this planet, want to live, if we want to save our beautiful planet for our wonderful descendants, it means we must take completely new steps for the entire humankind. We must change this format of our existence and ensure that wars are terminated once and for all, that confrontations between various countries come to an end, so that we can really liberate our scientists and provide them with all the necessary resources. As of today, we spend a lot of money on wars and many other things, on fighting each other, on defense, but we actually spend pennies on science. We must change it all, because all the weapons existing in this world are powerless against the climate cerberus, and all of us already understand this, but we really have the enemy in our home. Yes, for some people the cerberus may so far be in the neighboring rooms or even on another floor, but it is merciless, and it will definitely come to our floors and into our rooms. And we do understand that. We understand that it will eventually destroy our home completely. We don't want that. All sensible humanity doesn't want that. So we have to do something. We are now facing a dilemma, friends. We have to change this world in order to save humanity, to save ourselves and our families, and to save our planet. And we'll have to change our habitual consumerist format anyway. But if we are ready to change something, we should change it for the better. In this case, the most acceptable and the best option is the creative society. It's a platform where all humanity gathers. It's a format, the format of creative society, which guarantees that there will be no wars or confrontations on Earth ever again. It's a format that guarantees a decent and beautiful life for every human being. It's a format where human life is the highest value. And above all, it's a format that will enable scientists to do their job without any restrictions. This is a chance for us, friends. We have now learned about the changes and progressions of disasters in the climate. We have seen the facts and we have seen the evidence. If we are sensible, mature people, the first thing we need to do is to come together, make a decision, and do everything we can to preserve this planet. I am confident that this is the main task for everyone today. And we, people, we can really do a lot. We can even save our planet. But in order to do that, we must create the right conditions. I hope that many people will hear about the Creative Society project and understand its importance and prospects. It has been a great honor for me to be with you, friends, at this forum today. However, to be honest, the information we've heard is alarming. Numerous questions arise. And the most important question is, why do we, adults, behave like children? Why are we waiting for someone to decide something for us someday, when we have little time and only one way out? It's a good question. I hope humanity will answer it. Thank you, friends.
Спасибо, Игорь Михайлович.
Thank you, Igor Mikhailovich, for your important words, for your support and faith in people. We still hope that modern humankind has enough reasons to choose life, so that we will not repeat neither fate of Mars nor Phaeton. Moreover, today we as humanity stand on the threshold of such scientific discoveries that will fundamentally change our entire existence. A door of colossal opportunities opens before us, but more about it later. And now I would like to say a few more words about a large-scale interdisciplinary research of climate change and geodynamics of the planet, the results of which were presented to you at today's forum as an illustrative report. At today's forum, we all witnessed the huge scale of international research and analytical work that was carried out by the volunteers of the Creative Society project from all over the world. Among them are representatives of academia from a variety of scientific fields with extensive experience and a wide range of professional skills. The numerous complex, comprehensive collection and analysis of data was carried out in the fields of geology, geophysics, volcanology, seismology, climatology, planetary science, astrophysics, quantum physics, biology, medicine, ecology, and many other disciplines. Assessing the scale of the work done by the volunteers and specialists of the Creative Society project, it can be stated that the volume of this work exceeds the total volume of all scientific work in the field of studying modern climate change, and especially outstanding due to such a unique interdisciplinary and multi-sectoral approach. For the first time, it was possible to form a holistic picture of the causes and consequences of climatic, geophysical, and geodynamic changes on Earth and other planets in the solar system, as well as come to well-founded conclusions supported by extensive research experience and international scientific works. The paradox is that in order to save the planet and solve the set of tasks of waste of neutralizing external influence or converting it from destructive energy into useful energy, all the scientific potential and all scientists of the world are needed. It should be noted that despite the progress made in forming a holistic picture, there are still separate unknown islands of knowledge and science, which are a necessary component in solving the issue of leveling the external cosmic impact, especially when humanity is faced with a limited time frame. In the conditions of such tight deadlines, to solve this problem, experience and knowledge are urgently needed in narrow-profile areas which are possessed by specialists in various fields with a professional format of thinking. This will gradually reduce the time of exploring these unknown islands of silence and increase the chances of human survival. To effectively solve the problem of protecting the planet from external influences, it is necessary to collect all available scientific expertise from around the world and improve the multi-sectoral approach. Only in this case it is possible to productively use the scientific potential and experience of each scientist, as well as to have time to solve the tasks set before us in such a short time that we as humanity have. We understand that in the current consumer paradigm, the listed above goals are more than difficult to achieve, and the probability to their This brings us to understanding that we critically need a fundamentally different format of society, which would relieve the potential of scientists and create conditions for their effective scientific interaction. And this is the format of the creative society. In the creative society, there will be a single creative vector of development and a request for solving the global problem of cyclical disasters. This is how the entire scientific world will have unlimited funding in order to find the fastest possible solution to the tasks set aimed at saving people's lives. In the creative society, scientific research will be open and accessible to all scientists. Experts from all over the world will have all possibilities to work together on issues that are important to society with unlimited resources. Only by uniting the potential of scientists, thanks to the creative society format, will most likely be able to find ways to level and transform the cosmic impact. This is why the key condition to the salvation of our whole civilization is the building of the creative society.
If you watched our climate report, then you understand that we're not just one step away from another natural disaster, but from human extinction. The only solution is to protect our planet from external impact, and this problem can be solved only in creative society. But why do we really need creative society to solve this problem? Why can't the most brilliant scientists simply come together and work on this problem if it is so urgent? Well, let's be realistic about our world. Have you heard from anyone regarding the true scale and the progression of natural disasters? Maybe from the media, which barely even covers the local weather changes. Or perhaps from well-known scientists. Unfortunately, only a few understand the whole picture. Many merely notice the temperature increase and blame humans, while others are still in a denial stage, claiming that nothing unusual is happening with the climate. It is just natural variability and that everything is just normal. In this situation, when we do not see the full extent of natural disasters and the true causes of cataclysms are still under debate, how could leaders of a country justify the decisions of letting their top scientists collaborate with competitors and potential enemies? These scientists are the ones that the heads of states count on for developing new weapons and guaranteeing the country's dominance. Solving the problem of external impact within a short period of time requires a significant technological breakthrough. This can be achieved if scientists have a shared goal and can freely work together, share knowledge, and discuss concepts. However, in the current format, even if capable scientists were able to meet and work together, they would still be divided, representing competing sides, and they would not be able to exchange their ideas openly and brainstorm effectively. So we can't expect a positive outcome. It is also questionable how this project will be funded, especially when the global economy is on the verge of collapse. But in the creative society, the chance of finding the solution for natural disasters will be significantly higher because first, everyone would have access to truthful information about the scale and the impact of cataclysms, and the real cause of climate catastrophes will become evident. Consequently, we people will start to focus our efforts and attention in solving the right problem, and everyone will understand the importance of it. Second, the essential scientists who are currently hidden from the public will have freedom to openly collaborate, share ideas, and they will be united by one goal, that is to stop the external radiation and save humanity. In addition, every scientist would fully understand the seriousness of the situation, as it not only affects themselves and their loved ones, but the entire 8 billion people. All this will create conditions for the emergence of new ideas, breakthrough discoveries, and accelerate progress towards finding the solution. You know, I am a scientist and I chose my path and I dreamed of making discoveries that would improve people's lives and change the world. And I know that every scientist has this ambitious dream to develop something big that everybody will remember and read about it in history books. And this task and its solution is something that people will never forget. The names of these people who saved the planet will be remembered by humanity forever. Third, the scientists will not be starting from the scratch. We already have a lot of developments and understanding of how to stop the external impact. We can't do it only by ourselves. We need brainstorming and close collaboration among the best scientists. Given that we only have a couple of years to do this, watch this forum to the end. Today, for the first time, a scientific hypothesis will be presented that will help scientists to understand how to stop the external impact on our planet and therefore save all of humanity. Finally, an important aspect is that all resources belong to humanity in creative society. Thus, enough support and resources will be provided for those scientists to succeed. Why and how this is economically possible, you will learn later today in more detail. But one more thing to note is that whilst the scientists are working on finding the solution, the climate cerberus will not just wait around until the solution is found, but it will continue to devour and destroy many cities and even countries. In our consumerist world, those who have some understanding of the 12,000-year cycle are trying to predict safe places and sell land or build bunkers. This is available to a few, but we know that these options may extend life only by several years. All will perish anyway, because this time the whole planet will die like Mars if we leave everything as it is. In creative society, until the natural disasters are fully under control, people will be warned and evacuated in time because human life is of the highest value. Unified Global Emergency Service will be created to guarantee everyone's safety. Scientists will work together to identify safe locations, and we will build appropriate infrastructures, including places to live, grow food, so that all people will be taken care of. Thus, in creative society, we can save the lives of all 8 billion people and find a solution to deal with external impact. Creative society is the only solution for our survival. But there's not much time left, and I'm asking you, a person who cares about the future. We need your help in sharing the information about the true scale of the natural disasters and how to overcome them. Your voice is very much needed right now because people can decide and support this project only if they're informed. Later today, you will learn that creative society is not only about survival, but what we all dreamed of. Please understand that this is our world. Right now, we have a chance to build the future together. And now, it is time to act.
We, all people on the planet, have a little choice. Either we leave things as they are and die together, or we come together and find a solution that will save us and give our civilization a new level of development of life. To find a salvation solution, we need certain conditions in which it will be possible to do so. Thus, we need the creative society. If we decide to build the creative society, we either have to do it seriously or not do it at all. Either we address thoroughly to save our lives and act together until full completion, or we give up and surrender to the climate cerberus. And if we decide to change the format of society, we need to change it to something reasonably good and beneficial for all people. Let us compare what we are changing it to. Right now, we are making progress at a rapid pace in developing technologies that are aimed at destroying humanity. But why not at saving lives instead? As long as there is a power of the few, they would only care about their own well-being and make laws that only benefit them. If the power was in the hands of all people and decisions were made by society itself, we would live perfectly well. Because people would never pass laws that make their lives worse or threaten them. The modern world is full of inflation and wars, and a single person is nothing and nobody in it. Together, we can change this for the luxurious conditions for a safe and fulfilling existence for everyone. This kind of conditions we must have simply because we are people. Instead of a world where no one means anything and the life of each of us is nothing, we can choose a world where the life of every person is the most precious thing. Today, you will hear a lot about the creative society and the perspectives it will give to you and to every person. Compare your life now with what the creative society can give you and your family, your loved ones, and your friends.
The creative society is a new format of the Society for All of Humanity that will peacefully lead our civilization to a new stage of evolutionary development where human life is the highest priority. In the Creative Society, power will belong to the people and not be concentrated in the hands of one person or a particular group of people, as is the case today, which leads to conflicts, wars, crises, and so on. Later, we will explain in detail how this can be achieved through peaceful and